4K. Um, You can also make some real abominations. By the way, Max, nothing stops you from equipping the double arm Gatling and then equipping the double arm Gatling builder part, and boy, does that look fucking stupid but funny.
I see nothing wrong with that.
Like I said, there's nothing wrong with it. It's funny. Just, also stupid.
If you want a real fun skill, equip double bazookas when you get a chance for build parts. They are hilariously effective against everything. To just, no, I want some breathing room, get out of my face.
Really? Because so far I've been using the bazookas. I found them to be incredibly lackluster.
No, builder part. The builder part double
Oh.
bazooka.
The
Alright, let's see
builder part.
here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it sets it. Oh my god, I have a ground stomp.
Yeah. Ground
Alright,
stomp.
everything looks to be in order.
No,
Cut your
I
legs
mean,
off.
no, I mean I can jump in the air and a button combination does a pile drive into the ground with a shockwave effect.
How
Oh,
is
yes!
my audio coming through?
It's coming through okay.
Good? Yeah?
Yeah, you're all good.
Okay.
This is the best it's been in weeks, actually,
Fantastic.
including last night.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you
Well,
did, but it's good.
I didn't do anything.
Bro,
That's-
your mic is fucking haunted.
It's the perpetual state of Windows. What can I say? All right. So let's started. Tries to read posted AO3. Cringe vomits at chat. Trans gay sex.
Oh no. Mipu's going to play Wukong. This cannot end well.
How did I just did in his? How did I do that?
Wait, who's Wukong?
Bibu.
Wukong is that new Dark Souls.
I know what the game is.
What the? Listen to the question. Listen to what the actual question is, Sign.
Sign dodging allegations is just normal to him at this point. What can I say?
Yes.
Fuck it. Alright, I got my whack, my whiskey glass. Let me tell you, so I accidentally forgot about my tea twice. So I just poured all the tea back into the kettle now that it had seeped for 3 hours, and just heated it up again, right? And then I drank that, and I obviously had to put a lot of sugar into it to cover up the deep tannin taste. Didn't turn out terribly, I'm gonna be honest. But boy, am I fucking wired right now, let me tell you.
I gotta say, for a second, so, I want to be clear. Immediately after I saw this, my brain went, oh, he said tea. But the very first thing my brain thought you said was teeth. And I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I took a bag of teeth and I seeped it in water.
Bro, I don't know how fucking orky you may or may not be.
No, honestly, that sounds about right for you fucking Yanks with making tea.
Hey, now.
Same as Atin.
Oh, am I wrong?
I mean, you're not.
We're not the British.
I'm sorry to tell you, but they're kind of who we learned how to do it.
You are not a Yank. You're a fucking frog. Now shut the fuck up, frog.
Wait, hang on. Sign, do you not know what Yank means? Coming from
I wasn't paying attention, and I misunderstood Yank as meaning American as opposed to Northerner. That's a mistranslation.
No. It means American when a European's using it. It means Northerner when a Southerner's using it.
Yes, that was the mistake I made, Sneaky.
And it means someone from New York when someone from the Midwest is using it.
New York isn't a real place, Sneaky. It can't hurt you.
No, New Hampshire's not a real place.
No, New York's also not a real place.
I'm pretty
No,
sure
it's
in
very
two
real,
ra-
and it can very much hurt you.
Unfortunate.
I was brainstorming an idea for a worm. How to HDT.
How to Train Your Dragon?
No, HDT.
Let's say
Oh, Christ.
HDT.
deaf game. Oh, Hell difficulty
Oh,
tutorial.
Hell difficulty. That's the ripoff, right? Or is that the original?
That's the
think-
ripoff.
Right.
Wait, what was the original one?
The
forget the
tutorial
name.
level's so hard or something.
Yeah, it's a longer title.
And the tutorial is so hard no one's beaten it, I think is the full title or some fucking stupid shit. Because they don't know how to make story titles anymore.
Listen, on one hand, I kind of respect Japan for just saying, fuck it. Everything's already had a title. Fuck off. Don't come back.
Yeah, I kind of like that.
Like,
I mean, don't
you
get
know
me
what?
wrong, I understand it. It does get quite difficult, and it's why I really don't brag on Harry Potter stories for using Harry Potter and the blank of blank. I think I used to. I think I did way back in the day, because some of them were just really fucking stupid. But, like, I get it. It's why I don't rag on stories for...
formula.
Yeah, well, it's like I don't rag on Tanya stories for being young woman's blank. Because it's like, it's literally built right into the name. And, you know, people did, like, Familiar of Zero shit, it was like the Hellwalker of Zero, the Mage of Zero. You know, if it's easy to fit the title in, it's fine. But like Cyberpunk, for example, right? You can't fit Cyberpunk into the title. Like you just have to come up with
maybe
something
like
original.
a young woman's cyberpunk story. Like maybe.
Well,
maybe.
but the point though is that you're fitting young woman in there.
Yeah.
You're using a thematic template already. I'm talking about like you can't have like there's nothing really you can workshop with the Cyberpunk name on its own. My Cyberpunk Adventure, but like that's the most cringe 4-year-old title you could ever make.
I mean, you're not wrong there.
Yeah. So like you have to come up with like an original name, like to be held or want to be held. You know, you have to come up with something.
Yeah.
A psychopath's joyride.
I like the one we did for Silence story.
Harry Potter and the Young Woman's Cyberpunk Adventure.
Yes, you're welcome.
A Naruto story.
Oh,
Naruto's not real.
He can't hurt you.
However, Naruto, the feared
Naruto.
idiot cousin, that's real.
Yes. He's got a sharp chin. He can cut you with it. It's part of his special jutsu.
he's
I
an
didn't know
edgy
he was.
boy.
So what is he? The orange chin? He's like the crimson
Yes.
chin, but he's orange.
You see, his second special move is the Rasengan.
The what?
The
What?
Rasengan.
Gun?
He just pulls out a
Oh.
gun and shoots you.
Domain expansion. Gun.
Hey, wait a minute, that's not
Domain
fair!
expansion. American oil field.
No, 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 no!
I can't wait for Boruto's dad to swing his cyber Zanpakuto toe.
Mm.
Never
Ooh,
speak
that's
again.
just him, man.
No, the best part is when Boruto's dad takes out his 5D deck and has to engage in a cycle race with nomads. He can train his Digimon before Palkia descends upon.
Shut the fuck up. It just keeps getting worse the more words you add to it.
And that is explicitly why he is doing it, sign.
But yeah, I mean, like Warcraft is another one. Like you could do World of Blank occasionally with subtitles, but like it really doesn't work generally. Generally, when you write a Warcraft story, you have to come up with an original. So I mean, it works for some. Fate Stay Night, the Fate series is a very easy one. It's Fate something. They literally turned it into a formula.
Yeah. Fate Grand Crack House.
There is an idea of New Jersey, kind of abstraction, state entity, so it can show crackheads, see the border signs, and feel the air quality change. Maybe you can even sense the poor lifestyle. It is simply not there. Correct. So, actually, in reality, there is a South Jersey and a North Jersey. Central Jersey obviously belongs. And don't listen to anyone from telling you otherwise. They're lying. New Jersey is special like that, and where we will actually go to war with each other over not owning Central Jersey.
Oh no, you don't! It's your turn to take Central Jersey.
But no, it's actually really funny when it comes to New Jersey because it isn't wrong. Like if you know when you're in New Jersey, like there's it's that you guys ever see that meme of like I feel like I just entered a new biome and it's like literally a straight line of it snowing on this side and there's nothing happening on this side?
Yes.
That's what it's like when you enter New Jersey. You just know. You're like, oh, I'm in New Jersey now.
Except it's with crackheads instead of snow.
You actually don't really see that many crackheads. It's more like cars, how the cars handle, how the roads are, just a general feeling in the air that you have somewhere to be. Everyone has somewhere to be. And it's not here. Yes. Yeah, it's actually the secret as to why every New Jerseyan looks like they're moving at 2.5 speed.
Can't stop because this is pet country.
They eternally don't want to be precisely where they are right now, so they do as much as possible to not be right where they are. All the time. That's why we talk fast, that's why we drive fast, that's why we do things fast. So I would say spoon. It's honestly really funny, though, because South Jersey shares a lot of words, phrases, and attitudes with the South. North Jersey shares a lot of words and phrases with the North. And it's just this, like... it's another one of those moments where you can tell when you go into North Jersey, when you're in North Jersey, it's because everything stops being a flat plain filled with trees and starts becoming hills and mountains. For New Jersey, let me be clear. For New Jersey. It becomes a mountain for New Jersey.
Well, the really funny part is, the North doesn't want Jersey, and the actual proper South doesn't want Jersey either.
No, no one wants New Jersey, but we're here anyway, and you have to accept us.
You are the ugly, red-headed stepchild of both parts of America, somehow.
You're not being given an option. I do appreciate there was an attempt of a terrorist attack at one point, on New Jersey. Someone dumped a bunch of backpacks with bombs in like trash cans in a populated area, and a bunch of crackhead hobos like walked up, fished out the bomb backpacks, and went to the police and were like, "Hey, These backpacks have bombs in them. This is who we saw drop them in there. Oh, New Jersey. Or something special. We also exclusively go to nearly one of two places, but we're everywhere. You drive with a New Jersey plate in any state, you'll get people approaching you being like, "Oh, you're from New Jersey too?" But if you like the cold, a majority of end up in Vermont. And if you like the heat, a majority of us end up in Florida. And for some godforsaken reason, you like either of those, but for some reason you don't want to move. You become one of the many people that never leave New Jersey.
Is too poor to leave Jersey?
No, they're not too poor. They just don't.
Don't tell me they have
why.
some kind of strange, horrifying Stockholm syndrome with Jersey.
They probably do. They probably do. Yeah. They probably do. But, let's begin fanfiction tonight. Aura says, but Sneaky, how is Bordo's dad going to help gather the Kingdom Hearts without the power fairy tale friendship to get the Dragon Balls? You're right, Aura.
And death.
I don't know how he'll do that, but I do know that he will unite the Electric Counts to save Middle-earth.
Bro, the only thing the Electric Counts are gonna do with Middle-earth is make it fucking worse.
I was gonna say, there's no way that the Electric Counts will actually make Middle-earth better. Like, fucking half of them would gladly take the fucking ring.
I didn't say they were going to make it better. That's a completely different thing. Come on.
True. I mean...
We're helping! Stop helping!
We're helping you! Well, stop!
You are being rescued. Please do not resist.
Our friend just sitting on a throne, just like head in his hands when he hears what his Electric Counts did this time.
So,
It's like,
we should
what the fuck?
let's review the Dragon Age section, because we all know that the new Dragon Age game is coming out, right? We all saw that game.
I mean, I saw it and I was like, God damn.
Yeah.
Congratulations on removing any desire for me to ever touch this franchise again.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it doesn't
so
exist and it can't hurt you.
to anyone that didn't see it and the changes they're making, they part of the announcement was announcing how many characters you'll get to control.
1, because you're
One.
too fucking stupid to control the rest of your party.
No, Atin, be honest. You get to control one character because you see the rest of the characters are their own strong, independent NPCs, and they don't need your help to tell them what to do.
No,
I
fuck
thought
off.
we literally established this,
Hippity
like...
hoppity, you are my goddamn property. Now stand in the corner and buff while I backstab.
Right.
I thought we already, like, solved the issue, like, 6 different times. Please stop trying to reinvent the wheel.
Look,
Well, okay, look, you
I'll
see...
be the first person. I just want to say one thing. I'll be the first person to admit. Look, the original Dragon Age was kind of fucking jank, and yes, I could technically control the rest of my characters, but really, the AI was just competent enough that it was too much of a pain in my ass to switch, and you ruined that in every subsequent game.
Honestly, and on top of that, the different defaults, presets you could have them be put in, whether they were damage dealer or tank or buffer or healer, they were good presets. They 95% of the time needed no input from me to make them be a contributing member of the party.
At least in Origin. 2, I never touched.
In Origin, absolutely. No. See, in 2, the question is what party member, because the main character is so fucking overpowered in 2 that I completely forgot that I even had party members, and I honestly only
Yeah.
brought them along for plot purpose.
That's literally how 2 went for me too.
I'm sorry. I just imagine a Dragon Age game starts. Okay, all of you sit in the fucking corner and don't talk. I'll be back in 4 hours after I've killed everything.
Inquisition. Again, I mean, so the problem
Inquisition,
with
they were okay. They were moderately competent in Inquisition.
Well, that's the thing, right? Like, Inquisition was an extension of Dragon Age 2, and where, not because I'm overpowered, but they contributed just enough that I didn't care about them.
The biggest
Yeah.
problem Inquisition had was they tried to stretch the game out through ludicrous levels of grinding.
Oh my god.
Which is god
I
awful.
got 80 hours into the starter zone.
Oh, that whole thing was so bad, bro.
And I was like, Jesus Christ.
Oh, but hey, did you know you could just, pay us for these materials so you don't have to grind? We call them time savers, just $10, man. It'll be all right. Just like Ubisoft does.
Hey,
you
can
know
I get
what?
some of that $10 stuff?
I don't actually remember them doing time saver materials for Inquisition.
Fuck you, Shadow of
I
War.
could've-
Fuck
I
you,
could've
Shadow of
swore.
War.
That might have come after I stopped playing it. Fair though.
Like,
I
could've
do
sworn it came later.
remember. I do remember, and Max, I'm sure, remembers the premium resource packs for Dead Space 3.
Yes. Yes. That was awful.
That was awful.
I love that when you and I decided to play it recently, we found out that system is completely broken now.
Good.
Yeah, it's just totally broken because they took it off the
Off the shop.
They took it. Well, no, you can still buy it on the shop. The problem is they took down the servers for it, so you can't actually deploy. Yeah, you can't deploy the resource. No, we could deploy them. They just instantly return to us with the resources. I think it was. Like they fucked it up. I don't know how they coded it, but it got funny and weird because we just got like infinite resources when we deployed them, dudes.
Yeah. No, we weren't getting them back instantly, but they were definitely giving us like much higher values for the resources than they should have.
Yeah.
This is fine.
It really mattered because Sneaky and I each had our own broken, like, shotgun bunker busters.
Yeah, the shotgun force gun with the slowdown upgrade applied to it.
No, it was double assault. I think it was like double assault rifle with slowdown applied, and then the shotgun force wave to get everything out of our faces and blow all 4 limbs off at once. Because why not?
No, mine was the minigun force gun with slowdown bullets applied to both, so I could blast wave and then I could also just unload.
You know what I hate about this conversation, Sneaky?
Yeah.
It just makes me want to play the game again with someone.
It was fun. Like that's the worst.
The gunplay is
worst part. Like I
it's
liked
a good
the enemies.
Game.
Yeah, I liked the enemies. Yeah, I liked the enemies. I liked the plot. I liked the characters. I liked the pacing of the story. I liked the scenarios it put you through. I liked the side quest stuff. I liked the weapons. All of the weapons felt great. Like, I liked the combining thing. I liked all of it. Except it's not a fucking Dead Space game.
It should have been a Dead Space spin-off, not Dead Space 3.
Well, unfortunately, EA is a bunch of motherfuckers, so we're not allowed.
I am still annoyed, though, Sneaky, about that one spot where it's like, oh, yeah, the new boyfriend becomes a necromorph after eating shit on the ice planet. Hey, Sneaky, hold on. I'm going to dismember his corpse and throw it off the cliff.
Yeah.
And then he
I
still came back and was like,
remember.
why? I dismembered him. He's missing all
Yeah.
his limbs. I threw the head on one side of the cliff and the body on the other side. What do you mean he's back?
Yeah, I am looking forward to Forever Winter. I think it's going to be really cool. I think Max and I are going to have a great time with it.
What is Forever Winter?
Forever
looks
Winter.
good.
Forever Winter is a co-op survival shooter base builder where
Mm,
it's
Spooler too.
a base builder. Yeah, no, once you get the resources and bring them back to the base, you can make choices of shit to upgrade, and you slowly build a power base inside the scavenger. But basically the premise of Forever Winter
Oh!
is
Oh!
yeah.
Yeah, I came across a random 10-minute video with less than 200 views. It's like, these are games that you want to keep an eye out for, and I saw for everyone. I didn't even see the gameplay. I saw just the pure aesthetic and the basics of the world. I'm like, yep, all right, I gotta keep an eye out
Yeah,
for that. Oh shit, that's in 3
if
weeks.
yeah, if they deliver on what they say the game is going to be, it's going to be so fucking good, because basically it's like this, right? Faction A and B are fighting it out. Your faction C, the scavengers. What do you have? You have a 9mm submachine gun that occasionally doesn't jam. What do they have? They have giant mechas, tier 5 plate body armor, tanks, and assault rifles that shoot 12mm rounds.
Yeah, these two images are part of the Steam marketing material.
Yes, it is such a great marketing material, yeah. You are not this guy, you're this dude. Yeah.
I have bad news for you. You are the NPC that normally gets bullied.
Yeah.
Oof.
So
Remember all the
Average-
NPCs that you bullied? Yeah, you're
Average
that.
British soldier in World War II.
and you basically write your own story where if you help one side too much, they'd start deploying really advanced weaponry and shit. And if you kill one of their advanced weaponry, they'll start targeting you. But you can get some really sick shit off of it if you somehow kill it. Which, keep in mind, you have, like, 30 rounds of 9mm. Good luck.
I saw where it showed you can get more and different weapons and upgrade them. So I mean, it's not like you're
Oh
stuck with
no
that
no
mill.
no! You definitely can. My point is more along the lines of this ain't Fear. This ain't Trepang 2. You know, this is not oh, I'll just kill them and take their shit and just upgrade my stuff. This is like Metal Gear, you know, Solid, you know, kind of shit, right? Like, if you get found by these guys and you're not ready to fight them with all of your shit prepared to fight them, you can get fucked up.
Like Metal Gear Solid. It's like Metal Gear Solid 1, honestly.
I did like how the dev video basically said, okay, you know all the bullshit that the big name companies have pulled in the last, I don't know, 10, 15 years? Yeah, we're not doing that. Fuck all that. We're doing this based shit right here where, you know, we're giving you peer-to-peer multiplayer back. We're giving you local hosted multiplayer back. We're not gonna allow you to do pay to win shit. The only time you'll be able to do microtransactions is if you want skins. We're not gonna nickel and dime you. We're not gonna charge you for fucking what is it? The packs.
Ammo?
Not ammo. The
By the
yearly
way, did you guys
subscription
know
stuff.
that there's a new extraction shooter out where you can buy ammo? Real money.
Excuse
So
you?
I have. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, someone saw the EA dream and said, "Yeah, we can do that."
Yeah, there's a new extraction shooter where you can buy ammo and buy weapons and buy armor. So you can just drop into the extraction shooter with the premium tier 5 armor, weapons, and ammo and just fucking annihilate people. And then
I'm
you
on
top
lose
of
all of
that.
it. And then some dude with a rifle headshots you from fuck you distance away and gets all your shit. And then you have to scream because you just spent $100 on all of it.
Oh, it'll probably be some shit where like, oh, you bought this so they can't take it.
No,
Or
no.
at least I'd hope it would be.
Nope. No, you lose it. You die.
Oh.
Good.
Oh, that's bullshit.
No,
Well,
that's
yeah,
fantastic.
You know, my favorite thing is that finally an even worse monetization system than the Ghost in the Shell multiplayer game, where you could only buy the weapons for like 2 weeks at a time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now you can just
Man.
lose the weapon within 5 minutes.
Now you can just
Man,
lose the weapon
really
too.
like that Ghost in the Shell game. I just wish it hadn't been fucking dog shit.
No, hang
Dog
on.
shit
It wasn't,
monetization.
yeah, it wasn't a dog shit game. It was really solid. But after
Ghost
the
in the-
first week, they finally said, "Okay, guys, here's the pay-to-win weapons," and that the paid
Ghost in the
weapons
Shell
were
reminded
legitimately
me.
objectively better.
Yeah, Ghost in the Shell reminded me as to why I stopped playing FPS games. Because I fucking 24-hour them, and then I also am exceedingly good at them, and it becomes not fun very quickly. I'll just be like on the leaderboard with like 50 kills and like 10 deaths, and then it's like that every single game. I'm like, wow, this is really kind of boring, actually. Like, if I'm not spending time with other people playing it, it gets boring really quickly. Like, it got so bad. What was that one free-to-play game that had paid weapons in it? I think it was like a Japanese first-person shooter team deathmatch game. Like, Deadlight, Darklight, something like that.
Darklight sounds familiar.
It was like a sci-fi shooter.
Everyone had a detective mode button.
Yeah.
I think that was Darklight.
Is that Darklight?
Was it Blacklight? It was something like-
Blacklight! That's what it was. Blacklight.
I'm genuinely surprised we don't have like a detective version versus not detective vision, detective vision versus
Blacklight
like
Retribution.
that was
that it?
game?
Sci-fi themed FPS with in-depth weapon customization and hyper reality system to let players see through walls. That's what it was.
Yes.
Yeah. And weapons, by the way, you could buy you could rent weapons. And they would run out after a certain number of matches. But you could buy weapons with real money or an excessive amount of in-game currency. And my favorite thing and what I did was I permabought for 3 weapon slots explosive tomahawks. And I would just run around throwing these tomahawks at people. And if they didn't die to the tomahawk throw, I would detonate the tomahawk.
Yeah, this is the game. I had a friend in college who went real hard on playing this game.
Oh, I went so hard on playing this game myself, and it just got boring. Because it was just so easy to destroy people in that game. And, like, people were buying premium guns left and right. And I'm like, you guys are all fucking retarded. The real gameplay is explosive tomahawks. Because they counted as melee weapons. So they did, like, between 80 and 100 damage. And 90 damage was, like, your HP. So, like, it was either a guaranteed kill or a near guaranteed kill, so I would just throw tomahawks at people, and if they died, I would pick the tomahawk up off their corpse, which was amazing. Oh my god, it was so good. I had so much fun playing that. Then they reset the game, like, multiple times, too.
Yeah.
And I don't mean reset as in you lost your
wow.
stuff. I mean reset as in like they changed what the premise of the game was. Like they had this originally, it was either originally this whole NPC versus player game, and then it like turned into an extraction shooter, and then it was a battle royale, and then it was a team deathmatch. I don't think they really knew what they were doing with the game besides trying to chase the trend of whatever gets the most money. But honestly, my favorite thing to do in those games, like Alliance of Valiant Arms is another one. My favorite thing to do in the game was to get the fucking starter weapon and kill people who bought shit. I was disgustingly good in Alliance Valiant Arms. I would go like 300 kills and 2 deaths. I was disgustingly good in that game. Because like the average ticket counter was 1,000.
What the fuck? Okay, so it appears that Blacklight Retribution died in 2019.
I'm not surprised.
But the PS4 version is still playable because the PS4 version uses a peer-to-peer connection.
Huh.
And it looks like one of the devs in the Blacklight subreddit was like, "Hey guys, we're shutting down PC, blah, blah, blah." And someone's like, is there a reason we can't do on PC what the PS4 has? Because we'd have to take resources away from other projects to make a peer-to-peer connection on PC. It's like, wait, hang on. You had to make the game on PC. You had to make it peer-to-peer when porting it to PS4. Why would you not leave that in the base game? Are you fucking stupid? Which the answer obviously is yes. But I hate live service games.
Yeah, I hate live service games myself. I mean, look, I'm of the opinion at this point, if you buy something in a live service game, you deserve whatever happens. You deserve it.
Within reason. Losing that thing? Sure. I bought
Whether
things in live
it's
service games, and I did that with the full knowledge, understanding that one day I'm going to lose this thing, because that's just the nature of
well,
live service.
it's not just
As much
that,
as I
right?
despise the
It's
nature of it.
also like, you know, you buy this in the live, you buy 20,000 gotcha pulls in the newest live service banner for whatever gotcha game you play to get the new overpowered character, and then the next patch comes out and they get massively depowered because oopsie doopsie, their abilities weren't supposed to work like that. There was a glitch in the system that allowed an integer overflow to occur in the damage calculator.
Which we only
Oops.
conveniently discovered 3 weeks after everyone could gotcha it.
Right, you know.
No, just ignore those. Just ignore those forum threads where people were pointing this out. Yeah, those didn't exist.
Yeah, so yeah, I'm of the opinion if you decide to whale out on a live service game, whether that's with your time or with your money, you get what you fucking deserve.
Now, there should be some minimum standard as to playability and reliability in what you get, however.
No. No. Why?
Yes,
No. Why?
because it's a thing you're paying for.
So what?
Yeah, and?
You knew the risks there. It's like, listen, anyone who complains about losing access to Steam games when Steam eventually goes under is dumb. You don't own any of your Steam games.
Yeah, exactly. And see now, the caveat to that is, however, is that enough people trust Steam, because Steam has said this in the past, is if they ever do decide to shut Steam down, they said they would just be like, yeah, guys, here's the files. Download them. You want it? Download it. Here you go.
Yeah,
Steam
that's
said
true.
in the past that's what they would do if it ever ended up shutting down. But point more being though is that if you waste time on a live service game. And now, I'm not shitting on people for doing this, by the way. I'm not shitting on... I want to be clear there. I'm not shitting on people for deciding to spend their time on a live service game. Battlefield 3 was a live service game. I dumped hundreds of hours in Battlefield 3. I enjoyed the time I spent on Battlefield 3. But there is a difference in buying something digital versus buying something in real life physically. When I buy a dishwasher, I expect the dishwasher to wash my dishes. I don't expect that after the third run, it will explode and then ask me for $300 to continue washing dishes. That's...
So I see you've never owned an HP printer.
HP printers aren't real. They can't hurt you.
I'm of
That's
the
a fucking
personal
lie.
opinion that anyone that buys an HP printer deserves what they get.
I
so
didn't have a
that's-
choice. I wasn't given permission to do the research.
I just want to say,
Who do you
I
think has to
m-
suffer? The guy who bought it, or the in-house IT guy?
the in-house IT guy always.
In-house AT guys are just made to suffer. There's no escaping that.
That's how it goes. But my point being, though, is that, well, Max, you unfortunately were not paid for your suffering, but it's what it is.
Well,
If you, for example, you buy Battlefield Hardline, and then you buy all of the content packs that EA puts out, so you can shortcut your character to max level on all of the classes and all of the guns. And then Battlefield Hardline shuts down. That's your fault. You spent the money. EA never said, okay, guys, we're gonna guarantee that this game stays up for 10 years. No. Never said any of that. You bought into a game, and you bought the whale package for a game that was live service, that could change at any point in time, and there was no contract at any point in time signed between you and EA that guaranteed the service or guaranteed that the service would stay in a way you enjoyed it. See Battlefield 2142, for example. Now, the refund button exists if you're on Steam. But it only exists for the first 2 hours, or if the developer is particularly stupid. When you play a gacha game, you understand you're throwing away actual money and time to a game that'll eventually be shut down for good. Yeah, exactly. You have to live with that. Whether that shut down for good is Azure Lane going on for its 7th year, or Blue Protocol shutting down before it even hits US servers, it's a fucking gamble. But if you accept that risk, you get what you deserve for spending money and time on something like that.
It should be noted that Sneaky has a very well, for a good reason, has a very high disdain for these kinds of games.
Everyone should.
Yeah.
I think everyone has disdain for them. As I said,
No,
if
not everyone
I'm
has
putting
disdain,
money-
but they should have disdain.
everyone in this chat should.
Oh, yeah.
I would hope.
If you do not have disdain for live service games, unfortunately, you shall be banned.
Oh, they're
I-
fucking awful.
I don't know if we can make that a rule.
We should be able to.
I really don't know if we should.
You know
No,
what?
no.
I'm with
Live
Nose here.
service copers.
Let's do some mod abuse.
Yeah, live service copers are welcome here. I want to farm them.
No, of
They're
course you do.
live service copers are the most easily farmed sorts of people. They are leeks for the reaping. They are rice eaters. They are used to eating dick. They, when served a salad, they'll ask why the extra dick was not included and then pay you $8 for another dick.
Sneaky's talking about dicks a lot.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's just the nature of a live service game. You know, a normal person, when served a salad with a chopped off dick on it, a normal person will go, "Why is there a dick in my salad?" A Zoomer will just eat around the dick in the salad. But a certified live service dick eater will go, "Oh goody, a dick. Can I have some more dicks, please?" That's what a live service enjoyer is like. Especially the gacha content one. WoW is another good example. WoW is possibly the best example. Wrath was possibly one of the best times of my life. I had so much fucking fun in Wrath, Lich King. You know, 16 years ago.
Die. I don't want to. Please don't make me bring back my Undead Mage. I don't want to do that again.
Wrath of the Lich King was an amazing time. I put so many hours into the game. And then I stopped. Because I didn't enjoy the game anymore. And I was done. But a lot of people, unfortunately, looked at the fact that they put a lot of hours into the game and said, well, I have to keep putting hours into the game, otherwise all of the hours I put into the game would be meaningless. And that is the birth of a dick eater. That is the beginnings of the slippery slope of dick eating. The initial justification before they stop eating around the dick and start consuming it with gusto. And now we've reached a state in WoW where it's no longer about big sweaty men and hitting other big sweaty men because of pride and honor and single-mindedness to see your people prosper. No, now it's about found families and talking about your feelings and understanding that everyone has different motivations. Sometimes those motivations mean they might look like bad people, but they're not actually bad people deep down on the inside. They're actually good people.
No, fuck that. Sylvanas is a terrible human being.
Sylvanas is a terrible human being, and the fact that she got retconned into being, oh, it's the evil that's corrupting her. No. Fuck you.
As Elaine has said in the past, when it came to Dragonflight, there was a quest in Dragonflight, one of the recent, not the most recent, but the one before that, expansions. In Dragonflight, there's a quest where there is a terrorist who bombs an orphanage, and you're trying to chase this terrorist down, and you fight the terrorist and wound the terrorist right in front of the MacGuffin that they were going to use to blow up the entire town. And you are about to kill the terrorist when one of the NPCs swoops in and says, "No, player, cannot kill the terrorist. That makes you as bad as the terrorist. We must be understanding. See, the best way to settle this situation is to heal the terrorist and give them the MacGuffin so they can reflect upon their actions and become a better person."
This was followed shortly by the orphanage blowing the fuck up. Oops.
I think so, yeah. Or maybe they just became a better person. I don't know. I really didn't pay attention past that, but the point being is that there's a lot of quests like that. There is they made the leader of the centaurs. So centaurs in Warcraft, for everyone not aware, aren't like the centaurs of other series. The centaurs in Warcraft are torturous warmongers who will cut someone's legs off and then tie a rope to their arms and then drag them across the Badlands until they found a hyena who will then gnaw on them, and they'll sit there and watch the hyena gnaw on them, and they'll laugh and make bets about how long it takes for the hyena to finally kill them.
How is that different from centaurs? Another series?
Well, centaurs.
Most
of the
centaurs
Greek...
are generally wise and clever and kind and not doing that.
Yeah. The Greek centaurs are more in line with rambunctious, but generally good aligned.
That one's
what?
debatable with the Greeks, but yeah, sure.
Bro, what? One of the centaurs is the trainer of heroes.
That's why I said it's debatable.
It's not debatable. Centaurs in Greek mythology, the origin of centaurs, generally good aligned.
I'll have to double check that.
Double check all you want, you're wrong.
I might be wrong. I'm just saying I haven't seen that shit. I don't remember a lot of that stuff. Maybe I'm misremembering.
You probably are.
Probably am.
Anyway,
Philatides is not a centaur. Philatides is a goat man.
what?
Huh?
You said hero trainer.
No, Chiron's a
Yeah.
centaur.
Chiron's a centaur.
Chiron is
He's
definitely
a centaur, brother.
Then I'm thinking of one of the satyrs.
Yes.
Yeah. Chiron's a centaur. Jesus Christ. You couldn't just be not wrong for 2 hours, could you? You had to be wrong. Do you feel like an overcoming urge to be wrong? Like it was too
Yes.
long without you being wrong?
Yes.
Nose not being retarded challenge, impossible difficulty, side not
Hey,
being
hey, hey,
retarded
hey, hey,
challenge.
hey,
What the
leave
fuck?
those out of this
Impossible
one. No,
difficulty.
What the fuck?
wrong here.
What the fuck? Why are you fucking hitting me with that shit? He's the one that said Chiron was a goat, man. What the fuck? Fuck you.
Yeah, I'm not sure why no catching
Fuck
flack
you.
here.
Oh god. Anyway, point being, what was the original topic again? Got me distracted. Does anyone remember the original topic?
No.
Dragon Age? Oh, I mean, yeah, Dragon Age did start it all, but I meant like what I was talking about before Nose derailed me. Oh, right, live service games and being a cuck for them. Yeah, so they changed in Warcraft. The centaurs were brutish and terrible and warmongering, and they tortured people for laughs and etc. etc. But in the second newest expansion, actually these centaur are wise and honorable and kind, and they work with the land. And they're kind, and they're really wise and honorable. And you know what? They're so wise, kind, and honorable that they have a deaf, disabled girl boss centaur chieftain has a dog that hears for her, and she walks around with an interpreter to speak for her.
I see Blizzard just couldn't help themselves.
Yeah, they couldn't help themselves. She's also a scout. You know, those people famous for being able to give detailed.
She can hear the earth, Sneaky. Don't you understand? She can hear the earth.
Yeah.
Yes, tremor sense and talk to plants.
Yeah.
Even though tremor sense is only black and white. Fuck you, dark vision.
Yeah, she's a famous scout as well as a chieftain. Because scouts are famous for not being able to hear and also not being able to give detailed reports about what they saw.
Scout,
Well,
what
she
did
totally
you see?
overcame.
Oh.
Sir, there's no army coming towards us.
Yeah.
The fuck is that then?
No, sir. I think it's a horde of
Yeah.
wildebeests. Why are they screaming skulls for the skull throne?
Yeah. So
I'm not sure, sir. This is the last time I let you hire someone from
point
Marienburg.
being is that Dragon Age, and Warcraft and all these different series are really, and they're really going cringe direction. You know, they had to make the Muslims gay. I thought adding Islam to Dragon Age, I thought that was cool. Like, I don't know about anyone else, but I thought the fact that a game finally added Islam into it was cool.
I mean,
Because
to
we
be
get
fair, it's a religion that can be basically done by any merchants if you have the right, like.
Right, but like we see so
Right,
many
well.
Jewish XPs and Christian XPs in games that I thought it was cool, and even Hindu and Shinto. Like, we got every religion but Islam. I thought it was cool that someone was brave enough to actually just include actual Islam
It's like, no, it's Islam.
into a
Yeah.
game. And be like, yeah, so there's good parts to Islam, and that the people seem very focus driven and purposeful. The bad parts of this not Islam, we definitely swear it's not Islam, guys, is they're very rules bound and strict, and the person you just helped, yeah, they're gonna try and kill you because their code demands it, even though you did just help them.
You have helped me
Women are
cross this
exactly the
bridge.
best
However,
position.
since you touched my hand, you must duel me at dawn. Shit like that.
Yeah, no, I thought it was cool. I thought it added an interesting plot dynamic. I mean, even in Dragon Age 2, with the whole cringe shit going on, with everything else in Dragon Age 2, I still thought it was cool. Of course, they had to make the character in Dragon Age 3 gay, though. I thought that was...
You know what that is, don't you?
I know why they did it. I'm just saying, like, you know, it's like, come on.
No, they didn't do it for diversity. They did it because they're in the know. They are 100% in the know about what that would say to anyone who followed that religion.
Yeah. So it's just, I'm just really sick of this era of your entire party being bisexual. I miss the era of role-playing games where you played a role in the game, and sometimes that role could be different if you were different.
Sorry, player, I'm not interested in you like that, but let's stay good friends.
Like, I actually like that about Bannerlord. Like, if you play as a
That's
woman
fact.
in Bannerlord, if you play as a woman, it's actually like, and Mountain Blade in general, actually, if you play as a woman in Mountain Blade games, it's actually like hard mode, effectively.
Yeah, I would say Bannerlord 2 still does it.
Yeah. Where, like, the lords take you less seriously, the women take you less seriously, you effectively, to get a castle in Mount and Blade games as a woman, you have to conquer the castle yourself without affiliation with anyone, because you'll never be given a castle. Because if you work for a lord and you conquer the castle, instead of being in the running for the castle, you'll be like, hey, can I get the castle? And the lord's dialogue is something like, why would I give it to a woman?
I mean,
and the only way to get a castle would be to either conquer it yourself or marry a guy. And by sheer dint of the fact that, and it's even funnier because it's only by the sheer dint of you being the player character that marrying the guy doesn't make your player character the guy who owns the castle.
I was gonna say, just like, why should I ever give it to a woman? Lifts giant sword. Very well then.
And guess what? Do you want to know how Mountain Blade does it? They just explicitly go, look, this is meant to be a more realistic historical take. So you know what? People are going to act like degenerate assholes to women. We don't think that's right, but we do think that's how it was.
And, like, I remember in Mountain Blade Warband, if you took a castle as a woman, you actually got actively rated like 2 to 5 times more by everyone else, because they had an inbuilt like thing where the AI viewed a woman owning a castle as like the weakest target possible, so they would target you more for raids and sieges.
Now, to be clear, you could totally exploit that.
Oh yeah, I 100% exploited the fuck out of it.
Just go, oh hey, nice job, you siege my castle. Unfortunately, fuck you.
Tier 5 crossbowmen, let's go. My arrows will blot out the sun.
I cast Swadian Knight.
But yeah. So like, there's ways that Mountain Blade games actually are great story-based playing games. But yeah.
Honestly, the only thing that I wish I could do in a Mountain Blade game was play with my friends.
Yeah. Yeah.
Impossible challenge.
But I mean, it's one of those scenarios where I completely understand why you can't really do that, because the AI has so many calculations going into basing the next moves off of what you're doing that adding additional players to it would just... Ugh.
Yeah. On the other hand, though, like, let me go in for like a dumber version of the AI, and me and my buddy just, have to fight each other. Like,
I look in role-playing games, I generally hate PvP.
You are right to.
Yeah.
Like, player versus player in any sort of role-playing game is typically like the cringiest shit possible, because the other player always does meta shit, and you have to do meta shit as well if you want to have a chance of winning, and you're both doing really dumb, retarded shit, and you're not really even playing a role-playing game anymore. You're both just trying to break the game the fastest.
It's like, I made a character that's very similar to the way knights were done in old. My
like
character has 15 different actions in one turn.
Yeah, it's like the time me and Nose played PvP XCOM. And I picked like all Scions and just mind controlled his.
Yeah, that was the last time we played that.
I remember that.
And that was the last time we ever played.
That was really funny.
I was like, you're a fucking asshole. That's funny as shit.
I was very confused as to what the problems were, and then when you started streaming the game, I was like, oh.
Yeah.
I believe I understand.
Didn't you guys set the point limit at some stupid fucking high limit though? Like,
the thing is, he played XCOM and I played Advent. I made a mistake in not bringing all Sectopods, because I was just like, I'm just gonna make it like a normal mission. We'll have fun with it. And then he was just like, whoops, all Scions.
Whoops, all max level, like 3 times HP. Yeah, we did some really fucking stupid builds, and then we both agreed, because then we both started doing stupid builds, and we were both just like, wow, this isn't fun.
Because as it turns out, XCOM multiplayer isn't really fun, which I thought was solved, but I guess 2K was like, you need to add a multiplayer mode, and they're just like, okay.
It's not just Bannerlord. It's all Mountain Blade games that there's a debuff to being a woman.
Yeah. Bannerlord 2 absolutely still does it. Honestly, you should probably just play Bannerlord 2 for the most part.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like overall, at this point in time, Bannerlord 2 has far better mechanics, far higher stability. Overall, it's just everything that Mountain Blade, the other Mountain Blade games had. Bannerlord just either does the same or does it better.
Yeah.
Which honestly is what we want out of a sequel. So.
But yeah, and especially now, because we're what, 2 years into release?
4.
Yeah, wow, 4, yeah. Anyway, my point is, it's not getting patched. It is still getting patched, but
Yeah.
it's not getting patched anywhere nearly as frequently, so you can actually build a stable goddamn mod list.
Yeah. Well, not only that, they also have Steam mods open now.
Oh god, yes.
Yeah. But yeah, generally RPG games make for terrible PvP. Absolutely god awful. Like if you've ever seen PvP in tabletop games that aren't specifically about PvP, I mean, hell, come on, like even the tabletop games that are about PvP are fucking awful. But have you ever seen player versus player combat in D&D? It's the most frustrating.
It's so bad. It's so bad.
Stupid shit in existence. It's just beyond frustrating. It's so bad.
Listen, sometimes there can be good reasons for that. You really don't want to do it. You just really don't want to do it because, unfortunately, if you have a fighter, there's and let's say he's fighting a wizard for story reasons, right? There are exactly 2 fucking outcomes to that. The fighter passes his saves and then proceeds to curb stomp the goddamn wizard in next fucking week, or he doesn't pass his save, and the wizard goes jump off a goddamn cliff.
Yeah. So yeah, it's player versus player is just beyond frustrating in any game not geared for it. I mean, and I'm sorry, I went to the Warhammer, Warhammer 40K. They drop off some shit for Gray. I looked at a couple different tables doing shit. It was like an hour and a half, 2 hours of you staring at the same fucking units, rolling like 100 fucking dice 3 times because you have hit 6 +1 -2 reroll 1s, and it's like, oh my fucking god. Ugh. There's a reason why I didn't get into it. It's not just the price. Half the time playing the game is just fucking setting up the pieces. That's too much. But anyway, let's read some really dog shit Dragon Age fanfic.
There's good Dragon Age fanfiction?
No. The Blade, set up during the events of Dragon Age Inquisition. 2 women. 1, a noble human who thinks she is destined for greatness, and the other who thinks that she's a weapon. Both are thrown into the Fade and cast into the path of danger greater than they could imagine. Both are needed to defeat a foe that is somewhat unbeatable. Also cross-posted to AO3, of course they are. This is an adventure fantasy with 93 chapters, 180k words. They've updated over the course of the past 6 years. Why would I read this? I mean, look, if you go into my favorites, you'll see a couple Dragon Age stories home. I don't read them anymore. Now, admittedly, 99.99% of them are dead and don't update at all, period, and haven't for like the past 8 years. But the ones that have updated since then, I don't read. It's boring. Some of them had okay ideas, and eventually I got to the point where I was like, where the fuck are they going with this?
Well, what's the matter with this story, Sneaky? You don't want to read about two strong, independent women?
Not really.
I mean, are they written well?
I just don't care about a bunch of randos getting sent to the fucking Fade of all places. The
Yeah, well,
less
yeah,
you
that
make
too,
me
yeah.
remember the Fade, the more I'm gonna like your fucking goddamn
Yeah,
story.
I don't really like the Fade. I think the Fade is I think the Fade is a critical weak point in any Dragon Age story.
Big if true.
Like, it's a massive weak point in any Dragon Age story. Because the Fade is supposed to respond to your emotions, it's supposed to respond to your thoughts, it's supposed to respond to your desires, and like a truly powerful person is able to shape their part of the Fade any way they want. And it's like, oh, well, that's how, like, the original people got crazy because they thought they were gods and they tried to go to the golden city of the gods that's hidden in the Fade. And then that tainted the city of the gods somehow. And that's why we have Darkspawn. And it's like,
Yeah, sure, whatever, man.
but then it's like, oh yeah, there's all these demons running around in the Fade too, and they're like emotional demons. They're definitely not based off of anything 40K related.
No.
We wouldn't
And
want
they're all
Games Workshop
emotional
to find out
demons.
what we're doing.
And mysteriously, these demons, they never seem to be a threat to your player character at all, really. Even though, like, NPCs left and right who seemingly really shouldn't fall to these demons. Like, oh, they're an arch-magister. They've been the head magister for 60 years. They fell to the pride demon. Of course they did.
Pride demon.
And it's just such fucking boring shit. Because it's like the player character can't ever succumb to any of the demons. Because that would mean the player character dies, and you can't have that without having a game over. So there's literally no threat from the corruption of the demons, ever. So that's actually never actually a threat. And it's just used as a convenient plot mechanic every other time. Oh, why is this dumb thing occurring? Oh, it's because this mage got possessed by a demon of rage. Oh, they got possessed by a demon of desire. It's such a fucking excuse 100% of the time. The Fade can never be used in your story because where the fuck do you go with it? Because technically speaking, they canonized the fact that you can use the Fade to quantum travel.
Oh yeah, they did do that dumb shit, didn't they?
Yeah.
We're guys, it's not the warp. Don't worry, it's not the warp. Let's just travel through it.
And they canonized that the Fade reacts to your desires and the desires of everyone dreaming. But if your desires are exceptionally powerful, you can cause like shit like exits to appear. It's like,
Okay, look. Dragon
okay.
Age
Hey,
Raiders,
I
we
really
all...
want to Fade. Mila Kunis.
Right? And it's like, oh, you can find like exceptionally powerful shit. They canonized you can find crystallized skill points, which is effectively like so crystallized skill points could be found in the Fade by doing challenges and shit. And how they canonized what a skill point was like compressed experience of everyone who's ever dreamed for that thing you got a skill in. And that's what a skill point was. That you could get these from the Fade by just like overcoming challenges in the Fade, because apparently part of the Fade is set up as a fucking puzzle box that gives you rewards for beating it. You can power level in the Fade, you can quantum level in the Fade. You can make deals with demons, and if you're strong enough, you can control the demons. And the demons will just be like, damn, dude, you're fucking strong. I'm not even gonna try and break out of our pack because you're just really strong.
Damn, dude, you're so goddamn strong. I ain't even gonna try to bust out, even though I am legally obligated to.
Oh, yeah. Well, you are legally obligated to, unless you happen to beat the demon in the Fade, and then they're contractually obligated to tell you their name. And then you have full control of them, because they're like the Fae. Because that works and is totally consistent in Dragon Age.
Don't worry about it, it's fine.
Stop thinking. Just stop thinking about it.
Yeah, so it's a story killer, because it's just like, if you have anything to do with the Fate at all, then you break the story. Because it's one of those scenarios where it's like, if your character has the power to fly, and you don't fly to, catch the missile or some shit, right? Whatever, right? There's a situation in where flying fixes the situation before it becomes a worse situation. And your character doesn't fly. Narratively, the audience is now looking at this like, what the fuck? Why wouldn't they fly? This is so stupid. This is pointless drama. You are forcing drama to occur now. This is lame. So, and that's the Fate in general, because the Fate can do literally everything. It can be used as a training ground. You can find the lost souls of forgotten heroes there and get training from them. Because the Fade also breaches time and space. Keyword there is time.
Yep.
So you can just go learn from a dreaming hero from 300 years ago in how to cast fucking meteor or some shit. Because fuck you, it can be done canonically.
Oh, great master swordsman who has the world has forgotten your techniques. Hook me up, homie?
Yeah.
Imagine looking at time travel and saying, yes, this will make our story better.
Yeah. It's the dumbest shit ever. I hate it so much. And then, if you actually find a spirit and work out a deal with the spirit, and the spirit keeps to the deal, you get a fucking power up for free. It's just so dumb. It's so dumb. Consistently dumb. So, yeah. I once dreamed of dragons. Tanira Tabris has spent her life clawing her way to the top of the pecking order of the alienage. Okay, but, like, the elves in the alienage actually lived in a somewhat communist style? A friendly communist style?
Somewhat. Pretty communistic, actually.
Yeah.
I was going to say, we do have a pretty good example of how there can be a boss in that situation. It's called the Soviet Union.
So I'm really confused about why they have to claw their way to the top of the pecking order, because there isn't really a pecking order. Like, at
Social
all.
pecking order?
But that's the thing, though. It's like everyone's children is everyone's children in the alienage. If anyone has food, we all have food. If anyone has money, we all have money.
Oh, entirely communalist.
Yeah, they're very communalist in the Alien Age. Specifically because they are all elves living inside a human city, and the humans don't like them.
Fuck.
Because
Well,
they're
no, I
elves.
do seem to recall in DA1,
Elves.
when you go to the alienage, it's not actually like that at all, and there is a caste system basically between the elves, kind of, sort of.
I mean, yes, but that was less well, it's more like you said. It's a caste system, not like a hierarchy ladder that you can climb up. It was, this is the oldest elf. They are the chief elf elder. You know,
I
like,
seem to recall there was among the younger ones some kind of a there was a hierarchy structure, and there was a lot of bullying between the younger elves. Again, DA1, it's been years, but yeah, that's what I seem to recall from that one.
I don't really remember that, but again, you're right. It has been years. But anyway, my point being is, yeah, so they fought to the top of the pecking order in the alienage. That's questionable. And then they sacrificed her life there. Well, she didn't really sacrifice her life there. Like, I'm sorry, when you go pull a terrorism, you're not really sacrificing your life. Went and pulled a terrorism.
Well, no, William Wallace would like to have a word with you.
Right,
As
right,
would George Washington.
right, but they were
George
considered
Washington didn't do
terrorists.
terrorist actions.
Well, technically he did. They were terrorists according to the state that they were terrorizing. Because they were just
Yes.
rebelling. I'm talking more about like assassinating a noble. Like, they didn't rebel. Like, there was no rebelling going on. There was just an assassination.
Remember,
Like
Washington killed officers, and officers at the time were in fact nobles. He was assassinating nobles.
He wasn't assassinating nobles because he was fighting a war against them.
Yeah.
There's a
There's a definitive
There was
difference in
time
that.
at Christmas.
Yes, he
No,
was
they didn't
fighting
kill the
a war
officers.
against them.
They killed a bunch of mercenaries at Christmas, my brother.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
killed a
it
bunch
was a
of
bunch of
hussars.
German
Mercenaries at Christmas.
mercenaries.
Yeah,
it was the
they
German
killed a bunch
mercenaries,
of
I think.
German mercenaries, and then, this is the important part, proceeded to take a significant chunk. They took all their cannons, and then they used all of that stuff to then go to the actual proper British army and go, "What's up, motherfucker? Surrender."
Yeah.
And the German army went, fuck.
Yeah, also, to be
Or the
fair, I
British
think
Army,
a
I should
lot of
say.
the German hussars did end up switching sides as well at one point, simply because they were like, we kind of don't really fight these guys anymore. Plus, they
You
We're not getting
motherfuckers
paid
aren't
for this
paying
shit.
us.
you're not paying us enough, and we really don't like fighting them.
They're
much
kind of
more for-
assholes.
This rebel gave me a drink. I kind of want to be his friend now.
Well, that didn't happen.
Yeah.
But anyway, point being,
They're saying he's
the point is that when you're fighting a war against someone, again, America invented modern total war of we don't fucking care who you are, you're dying, and if you're important, you're doubly dying.
To be clear, we didn't do that until
Fanfiction.
way after the Civil, the
No, we did
Revolutionary
that during,
War.
no, we did that during the Revolutionary War. We specifically targeted the officers during the Revolutionary War.
Oh,
We-
yes, but we only did that in a
Yeah.
combat situation. I want to be clear.
No, we did that in all situations. We did ambushes. We kicked down doors. We burned down houses. We did a lot of shit. What I'm saying though is this isn't acts of terrorism. It's called total war, where we engage war against you in totality at all times. Acts of terrorism is like if we had sent someone over to Britain and they bombed Parliament.
Which we should
didn't-
have done.
Yeah.
We should have done, but we didn't. Mostly
no,
because it would take
instead,
8 months
we
to do
sent
it.
a fucking drunk ass old man to steal all their bitches.
True.
And then he
Would have been
said,
pretty funny.
man,
Yeah.
he said, English bitches suck. I'm gonna go fuck French bitches.
Yeah, didn't he like have like 100-something kids or something?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Listen, there's a not
Bro got game.
insignificant. Yeah. Man's like, hey bitch, you wanna know what lightning is? I keep it in my pants.
I got lightning in my pants, and its name is.
Oh, Ben Franklin.
And of course, fucking
Ben
John
Franklin,
Adams.
you invented the first electric
Want to know
sex
why they
toy.
call me Grease Lightning?
Fucking John Adams is gonna walk up to him and go, Ben, what the fuck are you doing?
But anyway,
Shut up,
point
man.
being,
I'm getting bitches.
But point being is that we did not engage in terrorism in the Revolutionary War. We engaged in total war. We also engaged in total war in Civil War, as the South will tell you.
You mean the
Yes,
war of
remember,
non-aggression?
no other country gets to complain to America, "Wah, you committed total war against us," because the response is, "Bitch, we perfected it on our own goddamn dirt."
Yeah, look,
We did it for
anything we
ourselves.
do to other
What you say?
countries, we test it on ourselves first.
America is a firm believer into do unto others, as you would do unto yourself.
Yeah.
Although there's some people that just go with the do unto others part.
Yes, your local Karen.
But anyway, yeah. Point being is we didn't do terrorism. We did total war. There's a difference.
Well, we call it total war. The British call it terrorism.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
we won.
but if
so
you
we
go
don't
by
care what the
modern
British-
definitions,
So-
we did not commit terrorism.
Yeah, but also we won, so therefore it wasn't terrorism.
Yeah, we won. So
Remember, it's only war crimes if you lose.
Yeah.
History is written by the winners, so make sure
we
you
won,
win when you
so
start
therefore
dropping
we're right.
firebombs.
Yeah. You know, American skincare.
And listen, if they try to make you join some kind of bothersome international court or something, don't listen to that shit.
Hell no.
It's only an international court if you lose. But anyway, point being though is that terrorism is, well, specifically stochastic terrorism is what occurred in Dragon Age 1. And that's why your character has to be taken away, because you take the blame for the act of occurred, and to get out of being executed for it, you take the warden oath instead.
You take the gray.
Yeah. So that's not really sacrificing, because I mean, like, how to put this? I mean, it is sacrificing, but it's like no one expected you to stand up and take the blame, and no one expected you to then turn around and take the oath. There was no expectations of either of those occurring. You didn't have to. There wasn't any sort of duty. Wasn't implied. So it's like, well, she sacrificed herself to keep her people safe, and she found herself at the bottom of another ladder. It's like you didn't.
It was a sacrifice, but nobody asked for it, and nobody expected it, and nobody thanked you for it.
Yeah, exactly, right. Yeah, that's that. It was it. You went out, you bought a cross, and you nailed yourself to it, and everyone kind of looked at you the entire time of like, what the fuck are you doing, man? Why? Yeah, basically, yeah. Yeah, it was a sacrifice in the most technical sense. In the least technical sense, you just committed fraud to prevent someone from being executed for rightful treason and terrorism. It kind of really devalues the sacrifice.
Well, they're elves, and they did the terrorism against the humans, so it's okay.
Yeah,
Gotta
right.
stand
Power
for the
dynamics.
elves,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
I completely agree. Fuck elves.
All in a day's work. Please note this work is being updated, so you may find that the chapter numbers are out of order, but that will not affect the story. I don't think that's how that works.
It's not. Can we make it affect the story?
Emma Summers works 9 to 5 working woman, no real motivation in life. Her one obsession is with game Dragon Age Origins. One moment in her life flip everything around. Emma is about to find out what it mean live underworld Thedas.
That wasn't words.
Self-insert. Alistair times Hawk times OC.
Okay, but why though?
107 chapters. 172,000 words. Completed story. There is less than 2,000 words per chapter. This is going to be dog shit. They were updating this over the course of the past 9 years.
Jesus.
I want to be clear how much wasted time this person put into this. A lot of it. They wrote 100 chapters. It probably took them at minimum 2 hours to get each of those chapters out. So they wasted over 200 hours of their life writing this story at minimum.
That's unfortunate.
And we're going to see how bad it is, because we're actually going to read something. She's about to find out about how women are treated in medieval times? Yeah. About to find out, indeed. The sound of screams tore through the air as people ran for cover. She took one look at the undead creatures, skin hanging off their bones, nauseating smell emanating from their corpses, and took up fighting stance, her daggers glinting in moonlight. Beep beep. Emma blinked, the image dissipating rapidly. Honestly, I don't know why people ever say that when it comes to dreams. Am I the only one where you just wake up, the dream's gone?
I don't even fucking dream, so
That's rough.
Well, usually you wake the fuck up and you stop dreaming. That is how that works.
Yeah, but
Like,
the
kind of
image
shut off.
dissipating rapidly. I'm not really sure. Like are they seeing double for a little bit, and it's like, oh, one of them's fading out? Like,
there have been a couple of times in my life when I've had dreams. First of all, like, I so rarely dream, I pretty much remember it every time, at least for a little bit when I wake up. There's been a couple times when I've had, like, I can remember having a dream, waking up, and slowly forgetting the dream. And a couple of times I've been smart enough to bust out my phone and like start taking down notes so I could try to remember the dreams.
oh yeah,
Like,
yeah,
wait
I've
a
done
minute.
that before a couple of yeah.
Like, wait a minute. No,
I
hang
mean,
on a
definitely,
minute. I
like,
dreamed.
The dream will definitely like fade, but I won't be like seeing double. Like, I've never woken up and had the dream slowly dissipate in my vision.
Yeah.
Like,
so I had one last night actually where I woke up and for a good solid minute I was confused as to where the hell I was and what was going on before I remembered, you know, what it was. But that there was no it slowly fades or anything. It's just like, wait, huh? What? Huh?
yeah, no, that's fair. I mean, more for me, like, I think because it's because of how I wake up from my dreams that I never really have that sort of question mark, where am I moment. Because I only ever wake up from my dreams by in my dream realizing it's a dream. Like, when it is time for me to wake up, I will, in my dream, realize that I am dreaming, and then I'll wake up. And that's how it's always been.
Come up with a lucid dream.
Well, I mean, it's like, it's very weird for me, I guess I could say. It's very weird for me because I'll have I won't say lucid dreams, very, clear dreams, I guess you could say. Vivid, yes, yeah, vivid. I'll have very vivid dreams, and like they always have a overarching story going on. There's other people in them. They're not just saying gibberish. I remember the shit that they're saying usually. I mean, to be fair, it usually is general NPC talk of, oh no, the thing is happening, we have to run, oh no, blah blah blah. I mean, but sometimes I'll have an occasional dream where it's like people arguing because there's some sort of tournament occurring in the dream where people are actually fighting in the dream.
Wait, that's abnormal?
Huh?
That's abnormal to have actual, vivid dreams, story-like?
Oh, yeah, no, but most people have very disorienting dreams of just gibberish, typically.
No, I typically either dream a dream, and it makes sense. It completely makes sense. Or I go to bed thinking of story plot, and then I dream that.
I don't think I've
It's
ever
completely
dreamed
lucid.
story plot. I mean, maybe more near the lucid dreaming state before I wake up, I'll dream up of story plot. But that's because I'm in like the super creative state of vivid lucid dreaming. Like, cause I'll know it's a dream, but I'll be like, oh, well, what about this idea? And then the idea will play out, and I'll be like, oh, that's kind of lame. What about this idea? I've done that before, but I mean more in like the dream the vivid dream state of like, yeah, like I'll have an overarching plot in my dreams of some sort of event that I'm in, and it's sort of interesting because near the ends of my dreams, usually what wakes me up in the dream itself is that I'll enter an area that I've been in before in another dream, and I'll say in the dream, wait a second, I've been here before. And then that's what causes me to start to wake up out of the dream.
So you just exit the Matrix.
I guess sort of. I guess if you want to describe it like that, yeah. Where it's like a moment of like, cause like it's very weird. Like in the dream, I'll have like some of the dreams I do remember. It'll be very nonsensical. Like I'll open a door in a very generic office hallway, and then I'll be in a hospital, and then I'll open another door in the hospital, and I'll be in like a rooftop apartment, not like a penthouse, but just like an apartment on the roof. Or like I'll go down a back alley and I'll be inside some sort of like spaceship with like metal hallways and shit. Like it's very non-linear in the zones that I'm traveling through, but it's when I repeat a zone from a different dream is what jars me out of the dream. Or because sometimes I'll have dreams where it's like it's a series of non-linear zones, and I'll be running from something. But in a different dream, I'll be like gathering people to like start scavenging resources from an area because we have to get out of it because some natural event is going to occur and we need to leave, but we need resources first before we leave. And then I'll enter one of the non-linear areas from a previous dream, but now it's part of the linear dream where everything is like the same theme. and I'll be like, wait a second, I've been here before, and then I wake up. I still remember the worst nightmare I've ever had.
Yeah.
You don't tend to forget those, yeah.
No.
I mean, I've had nightmares before, I guess. But, like, the only two nightmares I remember were ones when I was a kid. And I don't know if I was dreaming during them. Because, like,
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, parts of my family have been diagnosed with schizophrenia. And I don't know if, as a kid, I was actually asleep when I had those nightmares. Is what I'm trying to say. Because, like, it was always very weird moments, right? Like, I do remember, as a kid, I did see Jurassic Park when I was, like, fucking 4.
Most well-adjusted child that saw R-rated movie.
That did not go over well for little Sneaky.
Wait, Jurassic Park was R-rated?
Are you stupid?
Bro?
Like,
Jurassic
Park.
Are you stupid?
Jurassic Park
but I
came
don't
out
find it
in 1993.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's PG or PG-13. Actually, no, that might be for PG-13.
PG-13.
Yeah,
Yes.
it wasn't R. Who the fuck
I
thought
want
it
to
was
be
R?
clear, however, it
said it never
deserved
said
to
it
be
was R.
PG-13 because as a 4-year-old, I definitely should not have been seeing it.
Did you shit yourself or something?
Counterpoint, dinosaurs are fucking cool.
Oh,
This
no,
is true.
No, don't get me wrong. I loved it when I was 4. I thought it was such a great movie. The problem is what happened after I saw the movie. Where there was one night where I had a bunk bed in my room. And it was really cool. I think my mom was great for it. So basically, I had a bunk bed, but the second bed was taken out, so I slept on the top bunk. But the second bed was removed and had this whole like under the bed desk set up. I thought it was really cool. I had like a whole little tiny library underneath there, and it was cool. Whatever. Point being, I slept on the top bunk, so I had to climb up a ladder to get to the top bunk, and my bunk was pointed with when I went to sleep. If I looked directly straight, I saw the door to my room, right? So it wasn't on my left, it wasn't on my right, it was at my feet. And this is why, to this day, I still don't know if this was me sleeping and having a nightmare, or schizophrenia, or something else. Because in the nightmare, little me dreamed that a velociraptor made of pure shadow opened up my door and began climbing onto my climbing up the ladder slowly and then onto my bed. And I woke up the second it touched my bed. But I say woke up, but the problem is when I woke up, screaming of course, the door was open.
Oh no.
The door was not open when I went to bed. And no one had come upstairs but me in 2 hours.
Did you have a sibling at the time?
I did have a sibling. She was asleep before me. in a different room. So,
Anyone
yeah.
could have come to check on you, or you could have left it open a crack.
See,
Yep.
I would agree with you normally, but I was a very specific as a child, is that the door was always closed, fully closed. I would check it before going to sleep every night because that was something that always had worried me.
That was a primal fear of yours.
Yeah. And specifically, that door was waterlogged. So the top part had expanded. So when you close the door, it would jam shut and would make a very loud noise when you opened it. And it would take significant force. So it wasn't like it. And I was also a very light sleeper as a kid. Sort of. Mixed bag on that one. But basically what I'm trying to say is that if someone had tried to open my door to come into my room to check on me, it would have made a very loud noise, and I would have woken up to them checking on me. But
Yeah,
both
I mean,
of my
look,
parents were still downstairs. Both of them
weird
claimed to
shit
not have come
happens.
upstairs. Yeah, like I said, it's
mean-
one of those moments where I don't know what it
It sounds
was.
like you left it cracked open then, unless the whatever it was decided to suddenly fix the water logged part.
Cracked open and then air pressure opened it the rest of the way.
It's
See,
like,
that's the
you
thing,
just
right?
you
It's
just
like
admitted it makes noise when you go to open it, regardless of whether you're
exactly
forced it or
right. Like
not.
it should make noise, right?
I'm pretty sure you just left it cracked open, my dude.
Somebody
But
WD-40'd it to fuck with you.
but that's what I'm saying though, right? Like I would specifically remember checking it, obviously, and making sure it's fully jammed whenever I would go to bed. And it, like, I don't, like, it just opened. Like I said, that's why I don't know if it was like a mix of nightmare, schizophrenia, or what the fuck else was going on. Because, again, you gotta keep in mind that my whole family also at the same time swore they always saw shit I never saw, but they consistently would see shit that other people would see and ask me about that matched the exact same description, and none of those groups overlapped. Oh yeah, I absolutely could have slept walked, opened the door, climbed back into bed, and then had a nightmare about the door opening. Like I said, I fully accept non-para-supernatural reasonings for it. It was just one of those moments that I've had in my childhood. Another one of the moments was this was definitely a nightmare dream I had. Again, I was like 10 or so, maybe, sleeping at my father's house. It was during time period in where my stepbrother slept in the same room as me in a different bed. And I remember having a dream where I heard an old-timey phone, like one of those rotary dial phones, ringing on a desk drawer that we, A, don't have a rotary phone in the room, B, it wouldn't be on that drawer. I remember getting out of bed to a thunderstorm, going up to the phone ringing, picking up the phone, and then turning to the door and saying, "It's for you," and then there's like this outline of a human shape standing in the door. And then I woke up, me standing in the center of the room, looking at the door, which was now open. Which again
Weird.
was like, that's a little bit weird.
It's a bit weird, isn't it?
Little whiskey. But yeah, beyond those two moments, I really didn't have nightmares. After that second one, I did start invoking, I guess is the best way to say it. I had a giant stuffed animal, a giant rainbow fish stuffed animal.
Oh my god, were
And-
you using that as a fucking guardian of you?
Yes,
Fucking.
I absolutely did. And I never had a bad dream after I started doing that. After I started invoking Big Fishy, as I called it. Big Fishy would always be at the bottom, at the end of my bed, and I never had a bad dream after that. So,
You know what? Yeah.
This
That's,
sounds mostly psychological in
oh,
nature.
absolutely, so 100% psychological. I'm not even pretending otherwise.
You know, I'd be
1000%
curious.
psychological.
I'd be curious if we could get a full like write down of the Sneaky family history. Are we gonna find that there's a history of this stuff in your family dating all the way back to like the BC era?
What? Schizophrenia or weird shit?
Both.
Yes.
Oh, I mean, dating back to when my family was in the Netherlands,
Like
we have at least.
I'm
So what
sure
now?
I'm sure there's some journal somewhere or psychologist that's just like, yeah, so I diagnosed it as schizophrenia, and then weird shit started happening in my office after I booted them out. I'm not so sure now. I've called the local priest.
It's a fucking Resident Evil tier journal. Like, I've let this family do whatever they need to. I believe that they're experiencing schizophrenia. And then there's like the next page. I believe I am also suffering from schizophrenia. What the fuck?
It's the last page. It was not schizophrenia. I will die now.
it's a fucking Resident Evil journal.
He's like, it was not schizophrenia. You exit the journal, you hear something in your
Page 1. I have admitted the patient that I believe they have schizophrenia. Page 2. Interesting notes on the schizophrenia. They seem to affect things around them. Page 3. They do not have schizophrenia. Page
3.
4.
I really hope it's schizophrenia.
Page 4.
Schizophrenia
Die.
contagious.
The last page.
The bloody handprint.
The many have shown me many things.
Well, I mean, if you want to talk about things being a little bit quirky, that I can't explain, as I will say, and will always bring this up because it is a moment of all time. I talked to my father about the house being haunted one time, and my father said in response to me trying to bring up the topic, Sneaky, the house is not haunted. And then as he said that, the light bulb next to us exploded. And I want to be clear, in the 45 years that the family has lived in this house, a light bulb has never exploded before or after that point in time.
Oh,
Spooky.
So, you know,
Shit's a wee bit fucky.
yeah,
that's a coincidence.
it's a really odd coincidence. Yeah, it's a really odd coincidence. What else is a really odd coincidence is that I used to sleep in the basement, and I
Oh no.
never told anyone this, but I hated the French doors I had, and I had to, against my instincts, turn away from the door every night to go to sleep, because I couldn't go to sleep if I was looking at the French doors, because it always felt like to me that there was someone staring at me over the curtains I had put up over the French doors that covered everything but the last row of glass panes on the French door.
Nope.
And-
Oh, yeah. You mentioned
Like,
that a long time ago.
Yeah, I mentioned that to you, yeah. But it was like one of those things is where you're looking at the shadows and there is distinctly something darker than the shadows in the shadows.
Yeah, but you believe it or not, shadows actually can build on themselves. It's a
Oh,
fascinating phenomenon.
I know, but it was in the shape of a person's head to be specific. And it always felt like you were being stared at. And so I never told my family this at all. And then my stepsister's girlfriend, I think it was, one day was like, "Hey, Sneaky, so you stayed in the room in the basement, right?" I'm like, "Yeah, I did." And she goes, "When you were going to sleep every night, did you ever feel like someone was staring at you over the curtains?"
Is this where we learned the house was haunted?
Well, I mean, that house was definitely fucking haunted. That house was definitely fucking haunted.
Yeah, I have a slightly similar story and also weird nightmares.
But yeah, so
it
there's a lot of problems in my life where I'll have weird events occur and I'll be like, "Oh, that's just my schizophrenia." And then someone else will come up to me and be like, "Hey, did you see the weird event?" And I'll be like, "Oh, that wasn't my schizophrenia. How unfortunate." I do not like this not being my schizophrenia. I much preferred back when I was crazy.
Some people would believe this was an improvement. Those people would be incorrect.
My bed was positioned poorly in that room. You're absolutely right, LeMay, it was. Unfortunately, my room was also very weirdly positioned. And, like, half of the room was at a equilateral triangle. No, equilateral. Right angled triangle. Angle. So, like, it had that really long diagonal. Like, that you would draw through a square. Like, that was half of my room. And then at the end, at the 90-degree point in the triangle, I had like a little tiny jutting extension that a bed fit amazingly in. The Chinese call it coffin position. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, it's I to be fair though, I don't like not seeing the door. I really hate big windows, especially on the first floor. Big windows on the second floor are more or less fine, but I really hate big windows on the first floor. Despise it. I also hate doors that I can't see. Don't like that. That either. But yeah, no, it's just like I really don't like when I think I see shit in that house. And I've had multiple people at this point who I've never told my family at all about any of the shit I see because they're the sorts of people that would pretend to see it as well just to fuck with me. So I never informed my family any of this. So it gets very unnerving for me when people who should have no ability to accurately describe something I've seen before in that house to me
just go,
as
"Oh
if
yeah,
they had
I've seen
also
that."
seen it. Yeah. Like it's not just like, "Oh, did you see the person walking around?" It's like, "Oh, did you see the person walking around with the blue jeans and the red sweater?" It's like, okay, person walking around is a vague detail that you might be just trying to fish out of me. It's very weird you said blue jeans and red sweater, though.
Why is it weird? Because, yes, I have!
Yeah, it's very weird you chose those exact details to describe to me, a person who has never talked about seeing that. I did wake up in the basement before. I don't remember a dream of this, but I did wake up in the basement before. Holding with my eyes were so fucking dry. But I was holding the basement door shut because the basement was split into two parts. The half of the basement that was carpeted and we had shit set up like a TV and video games and a couch and shit. And then the back half of the basement, which was like storage and the boiler and the heater and all that. And there was a door, a double door that separated the two. And I just remember in my dream, and like not in my dream, like I woke up fully dressed one night, holding the door shut, like leaning on it to keep it shut, with like all of the locks on it engaged. And I was like, okay, well that's I'm not a huge fan of that.
That's very spooky.
But yeah, so that's I just generally I really don't appreciate people bringing up shit.
Do you not appreciate it because it makes you realize that shit's weird? Or do you not appreciate it because people are trying to bait you into saying something funny?
Well, no, because it's like when I was in the basement, like I always heard knocking next to my head, because in the basement, because it was a previously unfinished basement, and then we finished it. We put up walls that were like a foot past where the actual wall was, and we had so we could put insulation in on the walls because the walls were like concrete before, right? So we put up wood walls, we put insulation up. We had to have like a whole walkway so we could actually put the insulation up and run the wires and whatnot that we needed to, so we could actually like do it safely and get to the shit if we ever needed to. So there was like walkways between the actual wall and the fake wall as part of the developed part of the basement. And I, as a kid, I would always hear knocking next to my head whenever I was going to sleep at night. And I always assumed that it was my stepbrother who lived in the other finished room in the basement, whose headboard was the mirror position of my headboard. So I always assumed, because our heads were right next to each other with a small thin wall separating us, that didn't have insulation, by the way, because it was just a single drywall. I always assumed that he was the one knocking on the drywall just to fuck with me, because he did that sort of shit. And then someone else not related.
Such places? Question mark.
Someone else not related to the previous stuff was spent a couple months in the basement in that room that I slept in. And when I saw them next time at like a family gathering, they're like, "Hey, so is the knocking normal?" And I was like, "Well, what do you mean the knocking?" They're like, "Yeah, so whenever I went to sleep, there would always be next to my head someone knocking on the wall. Is that like normal? Is that like a vent or something there?" I was like, "Yeah, there's no vent there." Internally, I'm like, "Oh, fuck. My stepbrother's long gone." Like, at this point, he has his own fucking house at this point. So there's no one in the other room. There's no vent there. What the fuck is knocking that just happens to only knock specifically whenever you're trying to go to bed? I don't appreciate that. I don't appreciate that being confirmed by other people who have never heard me talk about that before.
Sneaky,
yelling
it's
at the
just
ghost
your
to fuck
friends
off.
on the other side.
Yeah, you know what, man? I don't really think they're friends.
Oh, not with that attitude.
Yeah.
It's the parlor trick.
It's the cask of Amontillado.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I didn't kill anyone and stuff their body into anything yet, so.
You didn't.
Oh, that's a good point. You didn't. Someone else might have.
You know, that's fair. That's fair. But, anyway. Yeah, so, those are some stories to distract you all from the fact that we're about to read some really bad fan fiction once again.
Oh my god.
Isn't
Sorry,
it 9
man.
o'clock over there?
Oh,
What?
I've told the barn story, right, Sneaky? The ghost in the barn?
I've never heard this.
The ghost that absolutely tried to murder me and my brother?
Nope, never heard of this.
I have.
Okay,
I'm
so...
genuinely surprised I haven't heard this, yeah.
No, you've definitely heard this one.
I haven't.
I swear to God. Anyway, so my family used to own my grandfather on my mother's side. They had a very large farm in Indiana. It's since gone to other family members.
Right.
But so it was a very old barn, right? I mean, the barn was at least 100 years old
Right.
from when they'd been out in Indiana. And they were like, yeah, sometimes weird stuff happens in the barn. Now, what's important to know is that my grandfather at the time still partially owned part of the farm. He wanted to
Right.
sell his portion of the farm because no one else in his family really cared about it, and a couple other people in the family didn't care about it. There was just one group of the family that wanted to keep the farm because it's history or whatever. Fine. We're in the barn. We're playing with one of the cats. All the adults leave for a minute, and our cousins have left. And so it is just me and my brother, and we're like, my brother makes a comment to me. I don't know. We were probably, 5 and 7 at the time. Like, it's really cool. We got to see this place before it got sold. And we're playing in the car, and then we look away for a while. We come down from the top of the hayloft, and as we're going to leave, a fucking pitchfork slams into the fucking door. Now you might think the pitchfork must have fallen. No, the prongs were in the door.
Oh. Nice.
And we're like, what the fuck? We go back up there. We're like, is somebody up there? You know, we're moving all the hay around. Like, did somebody just do something real stupid? No, there's not a human soul. There's not a living being up there. But there's a pitchfork in the door, and we got in trouble for that pitchfork being in the door because why'd you stick the pitchfork in the door?
Yeah.
Someone having a laugh.
And what hasn't been revealed is your brother's just a shitheel who wouldn't
Yeah.
admit that he did it.
Yeah.
Listen. If I hadn't been with him that entire time, that would have been my explanation too.
Well, you know, it's a very odd series of circumstances. It's. I mean, you guys have all heard. I've told the stories about Vermont. I did not appreciate. Not appreciate.
Bro, Vermont had some weird fucking shit. Oh,
Vermont was just like. Everything was so weird.
Well, it was like where the weird shit happened the most. It was like, oh yeah, serial killer killed like 13 people here. Like, oh, maybe understand why.
You know, elaborate on that a little bit. Person who just randomly told me that? No.
Oh no, it wasn't someone who told me that because I basically I looked up the building because it was a historical building at this point. That's why like changes weren't allowed to be made to it and stuff. And so I looked it up on the registry, and they're like, yeah, this is a historical site. It was built in like 1753, and like 13 people were killed here by a serial killer in 1842. So TLDR about the Northeast. A lot of people died in very fucked up ways in the Northeast of America.
Yes.
A lot of people. There's a lot of grit and resentment in the Northeast, especially in the early years of living in the Northeast before things started to warm up a bit again, and before technology really came into play. Shit got really cold in the Northeast, and on top of that, the Northeast was not the best for farming for a while. And so it was really hard to get farms started, and it was really hard to get food for the winter, and towns starving out. We have a couple stories of those. And on top of that, the cold and the isolation. Because you have to keep in mind, to this day, Vermont's peak population in like 2020 was like 300,000 people. Okay? That's like the size of a small city in New Jersey. Like that's like the population of like Medford in New Jersey. And that's considered a town. So like Vermont doesn't have a lot of people in it, and it's never had a lot of people, so it was cold. It was isolation. It was, the weather could see you locked off from everyone else because, like, the roads would ice over, and the rivers would freeze, and, like, feet of snow would build up so you couldn't even, like, try and make it across the roads or take your horse out, or, like, you couldn't do anything. Like, you just had to tough it out. And I think that had an effect on the amount of weird shit that occurs. Because if you have... My personal theory when it comes to ghosts is they're not actually like the souls of the departed. We've sort of firmly established at this point in terms of human consciousness that we don't think neuron to neuron. We think by neuron to neurons firing electricity, which generates a cloud of electromagnetism, which is how we actually think. And so like that's how we have like our thought process, where our thoughts can like jump from one part of the brain to the other. It's because our thoughts are actually occurring in this cloud of static electricity and not from neuron to neuron firing. And so because of that, my personal theory is that particularly strong-willed people and high emotional moments cause quite intense leftovers to accumulate. So you have an area where particularly stubborn people exist and died in gruesome ways. I'm not surprised that there is a significantly higher ratio of weird shit occurring in those areas. If anyone feels free to contradict me or say anything, go for it. That's just
The South New Orleans.
Just say you believe in ghosts.
Well, no, I like to make it clear, because saying you believe in ghosts is a very nebulous thing, because ghost can be defined by a lot of different things. And some people, when you say ghost, they think of like, oh, like the soul of someone who's left behind. Or you say ghost and it's like, oh, well, this is like an echo of the person, because there's some stories where like you have a ghost in this story, but what the ghost does is like, oh, at 5 a.m. they're known for like knocking on the doors in order because they lived at this place for 30 years as the hotel owner, And that's what they did every morning back in 1820, is they knocked on this door and then this door and then this door and then this door. And so when they died, that's what they did in their death. And so you have like this whole like echo thing, and then sometimes they can respond, and you have a whole bunch of different definitions for ghosts. So I like to try and like make it clear what my belief around that is, because it helps me avoid a lot of pointless arguments with people who are like, no, the soul goes to heaven. Ghosts can't be real because, because my religion says this is where the soul goes.
I'm sorry, people who are religious. Ghosts exist, and one of them tried to fucking kill me.
Alright, no, it's just coming out with a steel bat.
Yeah. Would you care to expound on the ghost that attempted to murder you, Nosy?
I had a routine set of instances happen at my grandmother's house where I would sometimes just like stay over. Especially, this was really only when I was younger, but this would happen routinely. Basically, I would have weird dreams of a dog. Like, just like a pitch fucking black, I don't even know if it was shadow, dog sitting at the edge of my bed or in a doorway. I don't remember if I was sleeping or not the whole time. Same thing with what you said. You don't know if you're sleeping. I was like terrified. Maybe it was sleep paralysis.
The sleep paralysis demon. I hear that a lot, but at the same time, I'm like,
I genuinely don't know if this was sleep paralysis. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying though, right? Like it's like people like describe sleep paralysis with like, oh, I feel like I couldn't move. It's like, no, I definitely feel like I could move. It was just a moment of like, in all of the moments that I've had where that sort of thing came up, which is specifically only one moment with the whole raptor thing. It wasn't like, oh, I feel like I'm locked up and I can't move. I actively moved in my dream. Nightmare, schizophrenia moment. Where I scooted back. I got up in my bed and I scooted backwards. Terrified. It wasn't like I was like, oh, I can't move and the thing's coming closer. Like, no, I actively, in all of my dreams that I've had sleep paralysis moments, I was never paralyzed. I was actively moving in all of them.
Oh. I actively remember a few, like, this happened to me 3 times, and I distinctly fucking remember every single one of them. And there's a fucking weird part about this, too, that I'll get to in a minute, which makes it even, what the fuck? Every single time I would hear something, I would look around, there was nothing, and I, like, felt in my bones that I should not get out of the bed. Don't leave. Yeah. There's something that's going to fucking kill you. Like, fucking visceral. One time, I'm like, I have to pee, but I feel that feeling. So I chance it, and I'm like, I'm gonna look over the bed to make sure it's not there. And so I look. All of a sudden, something bites my arm and tries to drag me under, and then also somehow leaps onto the bed and tries to fucking bite me. And of course, I'm screaming this whole time.
You're flailing around, yeah.
Yeah, flailing around. And then I just suddenly not even wake up. It just, like, close my eyes and just, like, yell and, like, throw, like, a mini punch, because I'm, like, fucking 7 at this point. And then all of a sudden, I wake up, and I'm just like, the fuck? Because my bed's all fucked up, and I'm like, all right, I was probably thrashing around in my sleep. And it's just like, my arm still hurts like a motherfucker.
Well, that's kind of like Psycho, though. That's psychosomatic or whatever it's called.
This is the part where it gets fucking weird.
Okay.
Because then this also happens not at my grandmother's house, where it's definitely not haunted. And at that point, I'm like, normally just walking around, and I just, like, get up, because I just want some water. I get to the door doesn't fucking move, and I'm just like, the fuck? I didn't lock this. And I check, the door's not locked. So I'm just trying to open it, and I'm just like, I have to be dreaming at this point. And then I just hear something, and I just hear a dog leap at me and I turn around and it's like right in front of me. Wake up in bed, and I'm just like, the fuck? Because here's the problem. It's the same fucking dog.
That's fair. Yeah.
It's the
That's fair.
same fucking dog. And at this point, I'm freaking the fuck out. And I'm just like, this is the same dog I remember from my
black
childhood.
dogs are a thing, yeah.
All right, so Nose is being haunted by the Hound of the goddamn Baskervilles, ladies and gentlemen.
Alternately,
fucking-
it's a,
LeMay says
Stems
some
from-
people do believe in evil spirits. They'll call them ghosts or demons. I honestly, I think there's a difference between. I think there is a clear separation. I don't know how to define a demon, obviously.
But
I believe there is clear separations. There is sections. I guess you could section the different things off into different categories. I definitely.
I genuinely believe that I might have been haunted because the fucked thing is this happened 2 more times. Once when I was 16, and once when I was in college.
See, that's the thing though. Is I will say. I've told this story before, but obviously this is relevant. I had 2 different people from 2 different towns who never knew each other pick me up at my father's house around 8 o'clock at night. And they both asked me the same question and described the same thing. There was someone watching me from the 3rd floor leave the house and get in the car. And they both asked me, who's the person on the 3rd floor? This is their general outline. I couldn't really get a good view on them. They seemed to be just their head was tracking you as you left. Who was on the 3rd floor? And the thing is that the 3rd floor was a skylight, but it was one of the skylights that like that looked like a normal floor window. Like it was like a window in the roof instead of like diagonal to the roof. Like it looked like a normal extra floor on the roof. You know what I mean? I don't know the technical name for them. But it looked like a normal window that someone could have stood in, except for the part where there was no floor for those windows to stand on. But they both described a similar sort of person and like them holding a candle in that window. And obviously there's no floor for someone to have stood on watching me leave. And I've had other people, weren't those people, also tell me, that sort of thing, that they felt like they were being watched when they came over, stuff like that. And then in Vermont, during my junior year, playing Kingdom Hearts for nostalgia, not because I wasted my money years ago. Based. In Vermont, one night I had woken up, and I felt with an absolute certainty, like Nose said before, that no matter what happened, I shouldn't open my door under any circumstances. And that I should absolutely watch the door. So I did. All the way from 3 a.m. in the morning till 8 a.m. And then I felt safe. It just that feeling disappeared. And then I'm out making breakfast that morning, and my roommate, who lives across the hallway from me, comes out and asks me, why was I standing in front of my door all night? Because he had gone to we went to the bathroom at like 3, because he was up all night programming. He went to the bathroom at like 3, and then went to the bathroom at like 5, and I was still standing out in front of my door. He wanted to know if I fallen asleep standing up in front of my door. And I was like, oh, no, maybe I was going to the bathroom at the same time or something. What I told him, but I was like, in my head, I was like...
You're just like, the fuck did I do?
I am not the only one that saw something outside my door that night. And my roommate doesn't know I believe in any of that. So it's really weird that the same night, and the only night that I ever had that feeling, he happens to bring up that I, air quotes, was standing outside my door. Now, it wasn't Doppelganger, and Skinwalker is Navajo. That's Texas.
That's Texas.
The Skinwalker's been corrupted by TikTok. He says I because he assumed it was me. When I asked him, because there's 4 of us. It was me and 3 other people. We each had our own little separate tiny rooms because, Champlain.
Woo!
But I asked him why he thought it was me. He was like, oh, well, because you were standing outside your door. Like, he didn't actually see. He couldn't be like, oh, you were wearing this clothing or whatever. Like, he was like, yeah, I mean, I just saw, a shadow of you standing out in front of your door, so, I just assumed it was you. I was like, yeah, no, it wasn't me. And both of our roommates, the other 2 roommates, were out. They stayed at their girlfriends that night. But, that was more because I was at war with them, and I had glued the thermostat from 70 degrees. I didn't let them raise it above 70 degrees.
Based.
Because they're like, oh my god, it's so cold in here. I'm like, motherfucker, I am sweltering in my room. I have the window open. I have my door open. And it is still 90 degrees in here. Because you guys use fucking Mac laptops for 1 hour of the day. I have a goddamn tower. I'm playing Warhammer 2.
Now there was an unoptimized piece of shit.
I was gonna say, you missed a part of the detail there, which is you were playing a game that turned your room into a fucking sauna.
Yeah, no, Sign, I've been told somewhat similar, the same thing, is that the reason why so much weird shit happens around me is because, according to some these people that have brought it up, because again, I really don't like to advertise this to people in real life. These people brought it up to me that I am like a fire and salt in the wound to the weird shit around me. So that's why it hates me.
See,
So you missed your calling of being an exorcist.
Yes.
Apparently, yeah.
Alternately, if he tried being an exorcist, he would have died immediately.
this is true.
Like, he goes in to do an exorcism and they go,
Oh, no, sorry, I should have said exorcist assistant. He's the bait.
He's the young
Yeah,
priest.
I'm the bait, yeah. I'm the young priest. I have to go on my character arc mission where the older priest dies, and I have to pick up his Bible and learn true faith to defeat the demon.
Oh, fucking speaking
we're
of that,
all fucked.
I wasn't finished with my story because
Oh, okay, go off, gang.
yeah, fucking what was it? Oh yeah, high school. So we had a little bit of a fun thing at points in my high school where we had people that would come in. I've never told the story because basically just we had just like a whole bunch of little events and stuff. And of course, they had palm reading in one of them, and it's like this older, much older. I don't remember what ethnicity. I almost want to say Central American. It was definitely not. It was not Mexican. It was not Mexican. It was Central American. I don't remember where. But she was reading everyone's palms, smiling at everyone, and then she reads my palms. And she just gets that look on her face, and just goes like, "1 moment," and then she like sprinkles my shoulders and like my forehead with like water. I'm like, "What was that for?" And it's just like, "1 moment," and then she like puts a little bit of salt on them and says, "Do not wash yourself tonight." I'm like,
Okay.
Okay.
at this point, I was like, not super into. I don't like to admit this. I was slightly agnostic. I hated it. I hate that part of my life. I'm a fucking idiot. And I was just like, spooky supernatural stuff, whatever. And so I go to bed. I'm like exhausted when I get home. So I actually didn't take a shower. I was planning on it, but I didn't. And I thought about it when I was like, nah. She said not to take a shower, and I kind of didn't. Well, whatever. And then, of course, as I'm going to sleep, this is the point where I'm at the new house. We have completely moved houses. We are further away from my grandmother's house than before.
Right.
And at one point, I'm like looking towards my stairs because I have stairs that lead down. And I just look there, and the fucking dog is on the top step.
Yeah.
And it's just looking at me, and I can hear growling at this point.
Yeah.
It is just fucking full on snarling at me. I'm like, the fuck? But here's the thing, it doesn't get close. It never gets close to me. It just snarls and then goes back downstairs. And I physically feel myself get up at this point, and I like go, there's no way I saw whatever it saw. And I fucking get up and I look down there. It is gone. So of course I go to my friend who knows about this, and I ask him, hey, so what the fuck is up with the weird palm reading shit and the rituals and stuff? So he's like, oh, it's just some person's grandmother that's like pretty superstitious about that kind of thing. But then I'm like, there had to be something to that. And then in fucking college, I see that fucking dog again as I'm walking back to my goddamn dorm.
I mean, did anyone die around the time that you saw this dog?
Oh shit, did someone die? I'm genuinely trying to think of if anyone like died.
Because the Black Hound is typically associated with, like, you know, death and shit.
No one. Hold the fuck up. I think the first time my cat had died. My
That's a
second
cat,
time.
it doesn't count.
Yeah, that's why I'm
Yeah,
thinking,
I
like,
know
it can't. I don't know if it's my cat. Like, that feels like it shouldn't be the cat, right? Like,
No.
second time was a dog. Third time, I think I had gone to a funeral. Like about a month before. So I don't know if that counts.
I wouldn't know if that counts either. I'm not a big one. I will say I did visit a palm reader back on the New Jersey boardwalk when I was like 8 or so. And she read my palm. Like, and with everyone else, she read their palm and gave the classic, oh, you'll have a good life and you'll be happy shit. She fucking reads my palm, and she just looks at me and says, I'm sorry.
Oof.
You'll endure great
Oh yeah,
hardship.
that's just sneaky right there.
Yeah, she's like, I'm sorry, you'll endure great hardship, and there'll be no reward at the end for it. I was like, oh. Fuck you, Sam.
Well, I'm terribly sorry to tell you this, but you're going to be murdered horribly.
Well, no, it wasn't that I'd be murdered. It was just that I would
know.
endure great hardship, and there would be no reward at the end for it. Which, yeah, I'm really hoping the great hardship has ended at this point.
This too shall pass. Okay, when?
Like honestly, that's what made me believe it. Like, I look back on that and I believe it more than I've ever seen other, like, palm readings of, like, success or shit. Cause I mean, like, yeah, I know it's like you know, human psychology, we attach ourselves more to negative shit than positive shit and whatever. But I feel like if the palm reader wanted to blow smoke up my ass, they would just give me the generic, you're gonna have a good life, or you're gonna go through hardship and then things will turn out alright and you'll be rewarded. Like, I don't think your average palm reader who wants to keep getting business is gonna be like, yeah, you're gonna suffer and you're gonna get no reward for all your suffering.
Well, hang on. Were other people around?
Yeah.
It was a bit then. Well,
I mean,
okay,
maybe.
I say that, but usually they'll do something like that to try and spook the crowd and make it seem like, you know, they're not just giving
no,
it
it was a
ratings.
one-on-one palm reading. Like, we had to go inside and she would only tell us. And then the reason why I know what everyone else's was because they all came out and she said I was going to have a great life.
Yeah, if that was part of a group or something, then she absolutely did that knowing you'd come out and say something.
Oh, I didn't, though. I came out and they're like, oh, how was your palm reading? I was like,
Just like, how was your palm reading? I think I'm scarred for life.
Yeah.
Sorry about it.
Just another Tuesday.
To be fair, she wasn't that far off, though, you know? Like, some of the fucking shit I've had to go through in my life. I have gone through great hardships and have had absolutely no reward at the end.
Come on, Sneaky. You've got everybody here.
Yep.
Hold on, let me take another drink.
The crowd will not award you any points for taking the bait.
We had something knock on my parents' roof and talk to my mom before. Yeah, that's a little bit weird. I mean, honestly, I think the Gettysburg was the biggest standout moment that I can't really excuse. I mean, like, yeah, some of the other moments I was like, okay, well, I can't blame my schizophrenia on that. But I think Gettysburg was definitely, hands down, one of the bigger moments in my life.
What the fuck was Gettysburg for you?
So we went to Gettysburg. It was my mother, me, and my stepfather.
Oh, did you see Gettysburg ghosts?
Well, see, that's the thing. We didn't see ghosts. We saw the orbs, right? But
no, those.
My mom was a huge buff, and I have on my computer somewhere, and I don't. It's buried in the thousands of pictures I have.
Yeah.
But we have somewhere on my computer these series of images, because what she did, she had this like really expensive, fancy photographer's camera that she used for her job, but also used for ghost hunting. And she one time was not ghost hunting, and was just taking a picture of her husband at the time, and she to ghost hunt leaves the camera on like 8 pictures mode or whatever it's called, where it takes like it takes like 1 picture every second or something.
Oh yeah.
And takes like 8 of them. And we had in this picture, in the first picture it's normal, but in the second picture you like see this white mass, and at first you're like, oh, this is a cloud, and then the white mass is like moving every second really quickly, and then it dives down near the end of the pictures, and in the final picture it blots out the camera in thousands of white orbs.
Yeah,
this was at night.
The troops just wanted to take a picture with you, Sneaky.
Yeah, it's funny you say that, actually. So my sister's always been known as the ghost magnet, where she gets all the friendly fun time happening.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm the ghost bully, because you know, my mom would take pictures of me and there'd be nothing in them. My mom would take pictures of my sister and there'd be occasionally like a couple, you know, orbs floating about, right? And then when I took the camera and I was like, all right, everyone, gather in, and I just took a picture of just my sister, there was like 40 fucking orbs all hovering around my sister. I was like, well, that's really.
They were worried you were going to beat them up if they didn't gather up.
Yeah.
Apparently.
Yeah, I was like, that's, normally I would like brush this off as like specks of dust, but it's like really, really awkward that like just after I had said those words and took a picture, that conveniently like 5 times the amount of dust specks just so happened to flood the photo. But
They just
what
wanted to
orbs?
be included.
Yeah, you go at nighttime, dude. I don't know what to say. Like,
No, yeah, no. The orbs are real. You
yeah,
will
like the
see the orbs at some
Gettysburg
point.
orbs is like a known thing.
Like people say, "Oh, ghosts aren't real." Bro, we have actual fucking proof. The orbs.
The orbs.
The
But
orbs. Me pondering.
yeah, it's I don't know. It's one of those things that's just like, of all the things that I've experienced in my life, it's like one of those few things that I have actual physical proof that some weird shit was happening. Like actual fucking pictures that I know aren't doctored because I was there taking them.
Many such cases.
But yeah, no, it's just Northeast is filled with a lot of shit like that.
Well, the
And
problem with the Northeast is there's just like so much weird shit because there's just so much fucking like there's so much death. There is so much fucking death. There's so
Yeah.
much. There's an excessive amount of dead people in this fucking area.
Yeah, I mean, it's like we have like multiple
Boy, it's almost like
failed
we founded an
settlements.
entire nation on a bunch of on a bunch of murdered indigenous holy grounds.
Well, it's not just murdered indigenous holy grounds. It's also the
I was gonna say,
indigenous
hang on a
people-
minute.
Yeah, like the indigenous were killing the shit out of each other up here because again, resource scarcity.
Oh, they absolutely were.
Oh yeah, no,
and then
there's
we
no
we
like
tried to settle some areas multiple times, and entire towns would die off constantly. Like it was a thing for a while. Like it was hard up here for a while. You have the whole Viking thing, and they kind of disappeared. Which is really weird. Yeah,
did we ever find out about that?
No. Especially because the tales that the Vikings told was that shit like the food was rotting and stuff. Like food on plates at the dinner table was rotting. So it was like a moment of like, that is a very weird thing, yeah. And I mean
the reason why there's so much weird shit in America is we haven't killed all of our cryptids yet. We're still working on it.
It's actually interesting because I was like, I did have a cryptid stint for a while, right? And it turns out that the Appalachian Mountains are actually part of the same mountain range that the Irish and Scottish Fae are part of. So that was a cool bit of information that I didn't like.
Genuine dislike disinformation.
Yeah. So I'm sure eventually someday we're gonna create some advance in technology and find out that we have really weird readings around certain areas.
And on that day, humanity built the Ghost Detector 9000. This would prove to be a poor decision.
Why was it a poor decision, sir? Well, as it turns out, we pointed it at the atmosphere and at space. This was a poor decision.
I mean, it's like, we didn't know plasma existed for a really long time, right? Because we didn't have the equipment to read it yet. We didn't have the equipment to read all of the wavelengths of light. We still don't have the equipment to this day to actually read the point in time where an electron stops becoming a wave of energy and becomes a particle of energy. Like, still to this day, we can't actually record an electron going from a wave to a particle. We just have to assume it does at some point because we have electron waves and we have electron particles, and at some point, the electron wave turns into a particle. We just can't record when. So, I'm sure at some point in time in the future, I mean, if you believe the red sulfur and VR goggle stories as well, I'm sure our government's doing all sorts of wild and wacky experiments as well. I'm sure we're gonna find in the future some sort of new
We're gonna find some
energy
weird shit.
reading. I think it's gonna come around the same point in time we make a great leap in brain scanning. In live brain scanning, I should say, where and I don't mean brain mapping. I mean like where they put those fucking electrodes on your head and you can like control a robot arm by thinking about moving it.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean.
When I think when we make advances in that, and we make better advances in reading the electromagnetic field our brains generate to think, I think at that point in time when we get those devices, that's when we're going to start having cases of interference, weird interference, and we're going to start having cases of shit that we couldn't previously explain now being viewable. And I don't know how to feel about that. Because it's like, there's a lot of things out there that evolution has created that doesn't attack you until you notice it. Because you noticing it makes the creature in question think it's going to have to fight. So it commits to the fight.
Fuck moose, by the way.
Yeah, so they're like, there's a lot of species out there that, like, if you don't focus on it, it will just either stalk you or let you leave. But if you look at it, it's like, oh shit. Eyes met, we gotta fight now. And I think at that point, right now, we're at a point where we're having problems via proximity. But if we start developing tools to... if we develop the Sylph Scope, the ghost stops blocking our path and now challenges us to a Pokemon battle. I guess that's the best way I can put it. So,
Anyway, it is 9 o'clock. 10 o'clock
Yeah.
for you.
Does this mean you're going to run away?
It does mean that my food has arrived.
That's fair enough. I'm going to read this story.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Oh, no, we're still reading?
Yes. See,
You're all doomed.
I just wanted to give people a good story to imagine and percolate in their minds before I ripped them out of that fantasy and brought them back into snap back to reality, and they're gonna have to face the fact that this person I'm about to read the story of is gonna be the future writer of their favorite fandom. And everything this person's gonna write is gonna be considered canon in 10 years.
I hate you.
Miss Summers, stop daydreaming and answer the phone. With a nod at her supervisor, she pressed the button. Thank you for calling Feeler Limited. You're speaking to Emma. How may I direct your call? As she dealt with the customer, her gaze flickered up to the large clock on the wall. 5 minutes to go before she was done for the week. The call ended and Emma sent out the promised prepaid label before turning her attention back to the time. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Her finger hovered over the log off button. Quickly, she pressed down and a red light flashed, confirming she was no longer in danger of receiving further calls. Thank the Maker. I'm gonna be real. I have never heard a single person in real life make reference to any sci-fi or fantasy series as an utterance. Like, I've never heard a damn you, Sauron, or fucking Klingon. I've never heard anyone use phrasing beyond the generic, devil, God, etc. Jesus Christ, Mary and Joseph. I've never heard someone deviate from that. I've heard in a single conversation a mother refer to their child's age in WoW levels.
I hate this.
But that was just because they had been playing WoW for 15 years, and we were talking about leveling up new characters, and then we started talking about their kid, and then they referred to their kid as 12 levels old. And we had a good laugh
I was gonna
about
say
it.
that sounds more like a Freudian slip to me.
Yeah, that was more of a cross mental slip going on. That was not them referring to age and levels. That was just a we're talking about my kid. I'm playing WoW. Their kid is 12 levels old.
It's just like my kid is 12 levels old. Fuck.
I've never heard someone say, Lotaro Gar in real life. Seriously. Now, I've heard people obviously say it jokingly. But, I've never heard...
Gar.
Yeah, I've never heard someone be like, what's a good one? I've never heard by the Maker. I've never heard, spirits take you. I've never heard anyone like utter any of the various shit from any game, any story, any movie. Non-ironically, I suppose I should caveat that with.
I was gonna say I don't think I've seen someone do something non-ironically from something like that since fucking what happened. I'm genuinely trying to remember. Oh, it was the fucking Final Fantasy X fucking greeting they did with the fucking arm and the clasped hands. That's the last time I remember someone doing that. It was in fucking school. Oh my god.
Yeah, but that's like less that's more like purposeful though. Like they intentionally did that.
Oh, you're talking like accident. Oh.
Yeah, I'm talking about like they dropped a book on their foot and went by the Maker.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've seen people say shit ironically, but I've never. I mean, especially in college, Jesus Christ. But I've never seen someone, like, accidentally say, instead of Jesus Christ, they say, by the spirits. Maybe I'm the only one. Maybe Max or Sign want to chip in with words.
I'm sorry, I've been partially zoned out.
I noticed.
What am I chipping in for?
Have you ever heard someone say shit like "by the maker" or "by the spirits" or "damn you to Helheim"?
No.
Yeah.
No, not unless they're like recalling the the thing that it's from.
Yeah, we mean like, instead of saying like Jesus Christ when they drop like a book on their foot, they say "by the spirits."
No.
Yeah.
No, if they're recalling, if they're retelling a scene, maybe, but never as an actual like replacement. If anyone's gonna do that, it'd be middle and high schoolers more often than not. Maybe elementary schoolers if the parents let them read the more mature stuff.
Apparently, Bill has announced that X is now illegal.
Yes.
Nice.
They've banned
And
banned X,
they've
I guess.
announced that using a VPN to bypass the X ban is a crime of 50,000 Brazilian dollars a day. And that this is a totally efficient use of the court's time and money.
That
Because it's a
sounds like
necessary challenge to fight disinformation.
I don't know about that one, Chief.
Yeah, the Brazilian courts are trying to fight people lying on the internet.
Do you really think someone would do that?
I can't believe someone would ever lie on the internet.
You really think someone would do that? Go on the internet and tell lies?
People would
People
just do
don't
that.
do that. No, people don't do that. They would never.
Why would you do that? That's so rude.
But yeah. Anyway, Emma glanced around to see if anyone had heard her say this. One woman was giving her a raised eyebrow. Again, implying that anyone would give a shit. I think that's what breaks my suspension of disbelief the most so far.
That someone is implying something.
Implying that anyone would give an absolute shit about whatever fucking drivel you just spewed.
Meme green text arrow.
Emma felt her cheeks burn. Seriously? Could she be any more of a massive nerd? This person watches Big Bang Theory.
Of course they do.
Big Bang Theory is the worst thing to ever happen to geek/nerd.
It had maybe a few funny jokes, but yeah.
Yeah, I finally saw a joke that actually got me to laugh in that show. And it wasn't related to the quote-unquote sarcastic smart humor.
I think the only joke that I
Was
liked
it the ending?
So fucking
No.
proud of yourself.
No, it was just an actual like setup, follow through, punchline.
Alright, nice.
It's like, oh, look at that. If you guys try to do normal comedy, you can do it. Why don't you do that more often?
Impossible.
You know what I find really interesting?
Mm-hmm.
Me scratching my neck apparently shows up on Discord, but it doesn't show up in OBS. But they're both coming from the same mic source.
Individual sensitivity settings.
I have no sensitivity settings on OBS.
That's weird.
Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure I don't at least. Let me properties. Okay, I do have no, that's still let me close noise gate. Let's see it now. No. Even just leaving the gain on, which you would think of all things, you would think the gain. Okay, so I just turned off all my filters. If someone is actually watching the podcast, can you tell me what I sound like now with all of my filters turned off? Like, is it better or worse with all of my filters turned off?
I mean, you're certainly louder.
You sound different in Discord.
Are you watching the podcast or listening to my Discord?
Oh, hold on.
Yeah. I'm talking about the podcast because I had filters on the podcast as well that were separate from the Discord filters.
Yeah, no, you changed something in Discord and it sounds different in Discord.
I changed nothing in Discord!
Yeah, you are much louder in Discord compared to
But I
Twitch.
didn't do anything!
There goes Discord.
You just fucking cut out so hard. Holy shit.
Noise gated.
I don't have a noise gate activated!
The skill
No,
issued.
Discord does.
I'm gonna scream.
Vocal
I'm going to
scream.
burn someone's house down. I'm going to take life's lemons and burn their house down. Is anyone listening to the actual podcast? Is my audio actually fine on the podcast?
Give me 1 sec. I'll close
I
the
pressed the wrong button.
Discord.
I pressed the wrong button. You
Yeah,
sound
so-
like you do on Discord, just slightly quieter.
What do you mean I'm quieter? I increased the volume!
Many such cases.
I don't. Audio is magic. I don't know. The audio is just magic. I don't think I'll ever understand how audio works. Because I turn off suppressing my volume, and my volume increases. You would think, but actually it decreases. You can hear me pretty clearly. Fan-fucking-tastic!
Hey Max, do you call them coyotes or coyotes? Out of curiosity. Because I know that's like a weird thing that people say.
Interchangeably.
Coyotes is really like a Midwesty thing.
It's probably.
I've heard it be a southern thing too, so that's why I'm asking.
No, I've definitely heard Southerners call it coyotes. I've called it coyotes and coyotes, just kind of.
It's coyotes or coyotes interchangeably.
We just
that's
said
where
this.
you're all wrong, you see, because the Union won the Civil War. That means we get to dictate how words mean, and
Actually,
the North says it's coyotes, therefore it's coyotes.
You're all wrong. It's pronounced Greg.
I am sending a pipe bomb to your location.
Nose, I will throw you out a window.
You know, I was gonna have a bit where I server mute sign for once again not listening to the questions and answers, being spoken. Might need to server mute nose instead.
I'm allowed to shitpost a little. Come on.
You're not allowed to breathe.
Unfortunate because I will continue.
Stop immediately.
Killionaire just said yes. I have no idea what you said yes to.
Yes.
You said yes.
Yes, the one.
Yes.
That was 2 minutes ago.
I don't know.
You said yes. It means yes.
What the fuck is Gray doing awake?
It's gray.
Yeah,
oh,
he's normally
oh.
asleep.
Well, no, ever since the, incident,
audio.
so to speak,
Cool.
he's been trying to get a normal, sleep schedule, the thing that everyone was encouraging him to do for
Oh, okay. Good
the
for
long
him.
time.
Yeah.
I don't know why it took the thing to make him finally do it, but whatever, he's finally doing it. Also proving that he could have done it at any point and just chose not to.
Bro gets fired
No,
from his job for not having a normal sleep schedule and finally decides to have a normal sleep schedule after getting fired.
Many such cases.
Oh, Gray. Oh, Gray. You sound fine.
Oh.
Fantastic. I'm so happy to hear I sound fine.
Here, Sneaky, I'll send you one of the more interesting shitposts that comes across my screen sometimes.
Oh no, what did you when it's career day at your school, but your dad's a cop and refuses to enter the building.
No.
Yes.
Yeah, I guess. I sort of get it, sort of don't.
He'd have to bust half the people in there.
Maybe.
Also, he made
This isn't a classroom, it's a room full of midgets smuggling cocaine.
Truth.
Yes, of course.
I'm gonna. Apparently, Narissa failed Ring Fit Adventure.
What do you mean she
How
failed?
do you fail that?
She had to take a break after the warm-up stretches.
What difficulty did
Narissa,
she
what the fuck?
to?
I will never forget Gura going on maximum difficulty and then fucking beating it. In
Shark
one
is
session.
Wasn't that by accident?
Huh?
Shark is very strong.
I don't.
What was that
Didn't
saying?
she set it to that difficulty by accident?
No, she just wanted to see what it was like.
I thought she set it by accident and just one beat it.
No. So initially she was like, I'm 100 years old, and then it was like, okay, so we recommend you do 1 crunch, and she's like, 1 crunch? That's for babies, and then set it to maximum difficulty. And then it was like, do 80 crunches. And then she fucking did. I think by the end of the 4 hours, she had done like 800 crunches and like sit-ups and push-ups.
What did I come back to?
There's no way she's that fit.
Oh, she was like dying by the end. Don't get me wrong. She wasn't like...
No. Sneaky, she wasn't just dying by the end, she was dying for the next 2 to 3 days.
Oh, probably.
I was gonna say, you gotta be sore as fuck for that.
Like,
well, I mean, so here's the thing though, right? She came back for part 2 where she wanted to do more exercises and proceeded to do 120 squats while singing and playing her mandolin.
Okay. Does
she
she understand that at a certain point, more exercise is highly detrimental?
I mean, maybe, but
you'd be surprised how many people don't know that.
She's the most fit shark to ever exist. I don't know what to tell you.
Apparently.
She's the sole conqueror of Ring Fit Adventure in the entirety of EN.
On maximum difficulty or just in general?
In general.
In general.
Oh.
Ina tried to do it, and she
Why
had to
would
lay
Ina
down
try
after an hour on easy.
The fact that
okay,
Ina tried.
Listen, I don't know what to say.
I own it. The only problem with it is if you're a procrastinator, boy is it easy to drop that game after 2 days.
Yeah.
Like, easy to medium difficulty is actually really good. Nintendo is really good at making fitness fun and making
Yeah.
it really well tailored to start it easy, and after like a month or two, just kick it up a notch and keep
But
going.
yeah, but like Ring Fit on
Uh,
hard is absolutely insane because like a basic attack that you have to do 3 of to a basic enemy, you have to do like 60 reps.
yeah, I know. That's why when you're starting out, you do
And
easier medium
to
to figure out
beat
where
a
you
boss, you have to do like 600 reps, and it's like,
Yeah.
Jesus Christ!
Well, yeah. Yeah, like Ring Fit is a legit workout. It's astounding, but procrastination is what usually kicks in. That or
Yeah,
not having the
yeah.
room to do it.
Yeah. Well, I remember way back before we had VR, I had like a shitty plug-in version of Punch Out.
Mm.
But like you had like two like fake shitty boxing gloves that you had to strap on. Like you had to actually duck, you had to actually sidestep, you had to actually like put your hands into a block motion and throw punches. That was like the fittest young Atin was ever in his life.
Yo, Wii Sports.
Oh
Every
yeah.
day,
Wii Sports.
20 minutes of boxing. It's
Yeah,
great. Super fun.
yeah. Yeah, Wii Sports was the fittest era of Sneaky. It was all downhill
Ugh.
from there.
Clearly, I just need to send you a Wii U and a copy of Wii Sports.
It will accomplish
Well, if he
nothing.
goes down to his nearest GameStop Retro, he can obtain that for himself.
If you want to
Probably
send me
not.
anything,
That
send
seems
me
unlikely.
a Ring Fit Adventure wheel.
Oh yeah, wait, you got a Switch, don't you?
Yeah, I got a Switch.
That's the only downside of Ring Fit is like what are you supposed to do if you've used it for so long that the ring is actually worn out?
Buy a
Because
new one.
that's
Yeah.
the thing that happens.
Yeah, that is the downside of resistance training. Is that unlike weights, the resistance bands will eventually stop resisting.
Many
I'm
such
sorry.
cases.
I think if Nintendo was really baller, what they should do is they should be like, listen, you send your shitty used resistance bands to this address, and we'll send you new ones. And a little
Yeah.
plaque that says Nintendo Certified Fit.
Face.
Jesus Christ.
Right? It's like the Nintendo seal of approval, but it says you're not fat anymore.
Well, no, that you have to do the Wii Fit. That was the funniest shit ever. The Wii Fit scale, and it would make your me as fat or as skinny depending on your BMI. And so many people were like, "I'm not that fat. Why is it making me super round?" And it's like weight, 400 pounds, height, 5 foot.
Local man is large.
I'll get in charge.
Oh, God. Oh. That must be the fellow that plays Wii Sports tennis all day.
That must be the fellow who plays Wii Sports all day long.
Well, hey, you know what? Now that it's 9th, how about we transition this into the Left 4 Dead stream?
That sounds like fun.
No.
Yes.
So anyway, 2 wrestling matches later, and Emma was finally off the bus. She straightened her clothes, took 2 heavy steps, and then the heavens opened up, lifting her face to the sky, blinking under the onslaught of pissing rain. She muttered, "Really, you couldn't wait 10 minutes?" With a mumbled oath against the rain, she began walking, grimacing as her clothes became saturated and her shoes squelched with each step. I don't know what people's big deal about rain is. Like, I'm fucking sorry. It's just goddamn rain.
I love it.
Oh
But
no,
the-
it's raining out. And
Feel the rain on your skin.
I will say, there was that one time I was at summer camp, and it was raining so hard that the bridge washed away.
What summer camp was this?
Imagination, back when they were at the Pennsylvanian campus.
Oh, this was Pennsylvania
Um,
campus. Okay.
Yeah, this was the Pennsylvania campus that had the soccer field at it, the fake soccer field. This was before the move to the Christian college.
Mm.
So that was like 2006. But 2004 maybe. Wait, no, 2000 and, either 2006 or 2007, because I stopped going to ESF in 2005, I think. But anyway, point being is that it was called Eastern College. Point being is that the campus was split by a bridge, and the wood bridge washed away in the river that split the campus in half. It was raining that hard, and I also remember walking up the hill when it was raining that hard, and the water was coming down so hard that someone had a umbrella in front of them and was using it as a wedge to to divert the water. It was raining really hard.
Yeah, that sounds like, yeah.
The Doom House. This is the man with a 200-pound colon, and this is his Doom House. Those were great days as kids. Those were good days. It's where I saw Spaceballs for the first time. Good days.
It's a good movie.
Yeah, great movie, yeah.
When parodies were actually still funny.
Yeah.
I ain't found shit.
Have you finished combing the desert?
Are you fucking serious? What the fuck do you think? It's the two black guys.
The
Make that movie today.
old assholes thing. That little.
Excuse
What
me,
are
sir.
you? Asshole, sir. I know that. I asked your name. Asshole, sir. Your name and rank. Private asshole, sir. We're a family of assholes.
How many assholes we got on this ship anyhow?
I
I knew
I'm
it. I'm
surrounded by assholes.
Most unfortunate.
One of those movies that you could share it with your kids probably, but once they're older, they're like, "Why did you let me watch this? There are so many jokes in it."
Yeah.
It was funny to just see it.
What do we do next? I don't know. Well, we can consult the tapes. The tape of the movie. But we're filming it right now. I know. But we also finished filming it. So we'll just fast forward to the part where we've finished.
No.
I just start like tapping it when it's like on them. It's like, why are we seeing ourselves? Well, we're at the point
We're at the part of the
right?
movie where we're looking at the tapes.
So I suppose it was a Gibson film, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
I think so.
That man was
Listen.
that man was a master of the fourth wall breaks, like the fucking fight scene, and they accidentally kill the boom operator. It's like it was him.
Yeah. She's gone from suck to blow.
No,
Listen,
no.
Mel Gibson. I still think one of my
What the
favorite Mel
fuck?
Gibson jokes is absolutely the in Robin Hood Men in Tights, the naked manservant in the house. When you first meet him, he's in the bathroom.
He's on the toilet as the castle's being guarded.
What the fuck?
The castle's
gone
already been
plague.
mostly carted away, and he's sitting in the bathroom with a Braille titty mag.
Yeah.
Like that whole thing. Like, guys, we're gonna have a blind guy looking at porn, okay? And he's in a castle, and he's on the toilet, okay? And all the walls are gone. What?
The fuck did I just come into?
I love the Planet of the Apes reference right at the end
Mel
too. That was
Gibson.
pretty good. That was pretty
Oh,
good.
look at that. That's
remember that.
Spaceballs. Oh shit, there goes the neighborhood.
There goes the neighborhood. Yeah, that was the.
Yeah.
It's
the older
great
you
because
get,
the kids get some of the jokes, and the older you
Yeah.
get more of the jokes. Yeah.
well, even better, the older you get and the more like classic sci-fi and pop culture films you absorbed from those eras. Like watching Spaceballs again after having seen Aliens, like I get that joke now.
Yeah.
Hello,
yeah.
my honey. Hello, my baby. Hello, my ragtime gal.
That
Check,
joke I
please.
got as a
Oh,
kid
Schwartz
because
are
that
tangled.
was the
We'll
frog from the
untangle
Warner
it. Come
Bros.
on, you pull
cartoon.
from this way. I'll pull from this way.
But
I
didn't get-
I
didn't
watched
get part
that
of the joke
as
with the chest burster.
I honestly I remember just watching that, and I still use check please whenever something goes wrong.
Check,
Yeah.
please.
Fair.
Actually,
No,
wasn't
that's
that
a,
actor
it's a
the
good one
one?
though. That's a good one. Yeah.
Wasn't that actually the actor from Alien too?
Yes. Yeah, that was the
'Cause
joke.
that was
That was the joke.
That was
Because-
his whole line of like, not again.
Yeah, because he says not
Yes.
again because it's the same guy. Yeah.
Which
Yeah.
again, as a kid, you don't get that reference because you didn't see the movies. But
didn't
you
see
sure as
Alien
hell
yet.
knew the dance. You knew the dancing frog reference
Yeah.
Yep.
from that.
Yep.
And then as an adult, you're like, I like both parts of this reference. I like all parts of this joke. Because I
Honestly,
get them
just
now.
remember, people. Someday you'll have children, and there's movies you need to show them. You need to show them Blazing Saddles. You need to show them Robin Hood Men in Tights. You need to show them Spaceballs.
I still haven't
Honestly,
seen Blazing Saddles.
I really
You-
appreciated the part of Spaceballs where they're like, we have to go faster than light. Faster than
Wait.
light? You mean,
Ludicrous
yes,
speed.
we must go ludicrous speed.
Which I just did
Oh
that
no,
with
they've
Vicky the
gone
other day with
plaid!
No, it's not even oh no, they've gone plaid. It's like, holy shit, they went play.
I think one of my favorite gags from Spaceballs is absolutely the 5-minute pan shot.
Which one was that?
The one, no, it's the one where they're just spending 5 minutes
Yeah,
panning
no,
across the Star Destroyer.
they're making fun of the opening of Star Wars, the 4th episode, where they have the panning shot of the Star Destroyer chasing after Leia Organa's
right.
ship. Except in Spaceballs, the Star Destroyer is literally 5 minutes long, and it is. They stick with the joke the entire time, where it is stupidly
I remember
long,
it now.
and it takes them like 30 minutes to cross the entire ship.
I remember that now.
They have a whole moment of like, why don't we have a faster way?
Yeah, no, it is, they spend 2 whole minutes of their runtime on that joke.
Worth it.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's
That
completely
movie
worth it.
again.
It's just,
It's been a minute.
it's one of those things, like, it
Yeah, I have
feels
not seen that
so
movie,
much
but-
longer than it is because there's no music, there's no dialogue, it's just 2 minutes of a fucking pan shot. And if you, right, if obviously if Star Wars hadn't been enmeshed in the cultural zeitgeist as it is now, that wouldn't be funny.
Well, I mean,
I-
it's funny
no.
specifically because of it. I mean, like that's why
Yeah.
they did the joke.
The merchandising bit was hilarious.
Merchandising.
Oh, yeah.
Spaceballs lunchbox, Spaceball T-shirt, Spaceballs flamethrower.
The
Still
great
waiting to
and
hear back on
powerful
that one.
yogurt.
I also like the yogurt. I really do feel like they just went. George was like, hey, we're just gonna make a golden Yoda. That cool?
Yeah.
That's cool.
Also, like back in the day when someone making a parody film like this was actually taken in good fun.
No, everything must be serious.
Like, well, no, it's not. Everything must be serious. Like, if a Spaceballs like movie was made of modern Star Wars, people would be like, "Oh, this is sexist and racist and
Oh,
discriminatory and."
So
if they did that of the modern movies, then we'd be dealing with yet another disaster or epic or whatever parody movies that just
Yeah,
stopped being smart and were just also random humor that were
Yeah,
awful.
it'll be also random humor, it'll be TikTok jokes, and the news media will
Ew.
cover it as a sexist, racist attack on women.
There's also nothing to really make fun of in the sequel trilogy. It's
Oh
just
no, there's
kind
a
of
lot to make fun of
That's
in
what
the
No, you can
sequel
make a lot of-
trilogies. It's just that none of the jokes. So like, the jokes were good in Spaceballs because they weren't mean. They were poking fun at tropes and events
and
around
inconsistencies.
and
Yeah.
consistency things. Yeah, like they were like, yeah, the ludicrous speed was poking fun at sci-fi going faster than light shit.
Yeah.
You
Me
know,
looking at a parody,
The whole out of
thinking that it's a
breath
parody,
Atin.
contempt for medium found.
yeah, the whole out of breath moment where they ran across the entire ship, where they're like, "Oh, I can't believe this ship is so long. We really should have made this ship shorter." Whatever the dialogue lines for that were,
Yeah.
like,
yeah.
Why can't you hit them? And the person's cross-eyed. You know, like they're good-natured ribbings. You can't really do a lot of good-natured ribbing of modern media because there's nothing of value in modern media. Like,
Yeah,
to make a funny joke and be like, "Hey, you know," you actually have to have something that's, I mean, like, the reason why the joke about the length of the Star Destroyer was funny was because it's actually a cool scene in the original Star Wars.
Yeah.
But it's still fine to be like, "Hey, you know, it was kind of like a moment, like, you know,
I don't.
yeah."
I don't think there are any intelligent, non-mean jokes that I could make about the Star Wars sequel trilogy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like that.
The funny,
That's what
also
I'm
the
saying,
funny thing
right?
you
Like,
mentioned about the moment where they can't hit anybody, he was literally trying not to aim at them, you two.
yeah,
Literally
yeah,
just like, I want you to send a warning shot. Hits dead on. I said a warning shot.
yeah, like that. Yeah, that's the point, right? Like, there's a lot of good-natured ribbing in Spaceballs towards not just Star Wars, but other sci-fi as well.
Well, and not even
And
just sci-fi, right? Like, it's a little thing that people tend to forget. But one of the biggest villains in the entire thing is a businessman who wants to sell air. Like, people tend to forget about him, but like he has some of the funnier scenes.
No, he wasn't a businessman trying to sell.
He was the leader of the
There-
entire
the-
area.
no, he was the leader
Yeah,
of the
he was
Spaceballers.
he was blackmailing the king
Yeah.
to get the princess as his wife.
Yeah, so he
So
could
he's like,
steal their
I'm just
air.
gonna take your atmosphere,
Did I
and then once you
imagine the
give me
whole
her,
thing where they
Just
where
still
they were like
I
selling
No,
canned air?
So no,
he
he
may have taken it
was
from the new. I don't think he
no,
was selling air. He was stealing the atmosphere.
he was selling air, but he was selling the air because they fucked up their air. So he was stealing the air
that's
from other
right.
people so he could sell it to his people.
That's right.
Yeah, Pierre. Like, he opened up a can of Pierre.
Yes.
I have to rewatch that movie because I actually don't remember the business side of that. I just remember him being like, "I want your daughter, and if you don't give me her, I'm just gonna take your atmosphere."
No, he wanted the daughter to take their atmosphere because the Prince Regent would have the codes to lower the shields, and he was trying to go for the political marriage initially, and then he just kidnapped the daughter
There it
to
is.
blackmail. Yeah, Pierre.
Perry Air.
Perrier, there, yeah. There.
Perrier was
Salt-free
a brand
air,
of
naturally
canned,
sparkling.
naturally sparkling salt-free air from Jewett.
Yeah.
Sold in
Perrier.
an aluminum can.
Yeah.
Oh man, I really need to watch this movie again. It's been, I think it's actually been
Yeah.
years.
But yeah, like Max was saying, right? Even stuff like naturally sparkling, salt-free, right? Like it's making fun of every dumb motherfucker who pays for sparkling bottled water or whatever.
For the Pierre sparkling water, yeah. Because it was literally Pierre specifically was literally just tap water that they carbonated.
Oh Jesus.
Yeah, my family still drank that for quite a bit.
Yeah, it's just carbonated water. That's it. We put the fizzies in the H2O. Dance, monkey dance.
Yeah. Damn him just holding the helmet, yeah. But yeah, there's almost no good-natured ribbing you can do of the new Star Wars sequel series. Like there's like no scenes that were good that you can then turn around and make an intelligent wink wink nod nod joke about. Because they were all shit. All of the scenes were shit. And any of the scenes that had the chance to be good, like the next scene ruined it and retroactively made the scene bad.
Oh, what's this planet made of? Oh, it's salt. It's like our fans. Fuck. That joke genuinely makes me angry.
Yeah.
Wait, that was a thing? When was that?
That was a thing. Not only that, the second movie ruined any sort of value the sequel trilogy might have had. Because he was like, I want to subvert everything. And then they had to fucking backpedal. Because for some reason, Disney keeps thinking, oh, if we throw enough directors at the problem, it'll be good. But why were you splitting directors? This is the same problem that every single fucking...
I can answer that. No, I can answer this. The splitting directors thing. Because Miss Kennedy, in her wisdom, said it would take 2 to 3 years per movie if we kept the same director on all 3 of the sequel trilogy.
It's worse.
Guess what came out every 2 to 3 years?
A Star Wars movie.
Yeah.
No, a mainline Star Wars movie.
Yes.
Their plan was mainline 1 year. Next year would be spin-off.
The reason why they didn't have J.J. Abrams on all 3 of them was because they had him working on one of the side movies because they thought it would take too long to have him do the second one. So they wanted to have him working on the side movie while they had another director working on the second movie.
No,
and like here's the thing.
This is the first I've heard of that. Which side movie was he supposed to?
It was one of the canceled ones.
Solo.
That doesn't.
No, he worked on Solo.
Yeah,
was he Solo?
Sure Solo. Yeah.
No, listen, J.J. Abrams is good at giving like something interesting. Usually, from what I understand, to Solo, it wasn't.
No, it was Ron Howard.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. That was the excuse that she gave, which when the main lines are coming out every 2 to 3 years, that excuse doesn't hold any weight.
Well, the other part of the problem with it is, here's the thing. Having different directors is not inherently a problem. The most loved Star Wars movie of the original set was 5. 5 didn't have Lucas directing.
That's fair, yeah.
Right?
Well, I mean,
having different directors is not necessarily a problem.
It did have him be a creative oversight.
No, he wasn't a consulting role, right? But he wasn't directing that film.
Right.
But it's just it's not inherently a problem. The problem is they did it for the wrong reasons because they wanted.
No, he signed do you just have an overwhelming urge to be wrong at every hour? Like, oh, look at the time. It's time to be wrong o'clock. He didn't work on the second movie at all.
What did
That
Simon
was
say?
the problem.
That's episode 8, right?
Yeah.
Executive producer.
He's literally not listed. Where are you seeing this?
It's on the back.
I pulled it up on his own page.
It's on IMDb, the
Okay, he
Wikipedia,
is
and
executive
Wikipedia.
producer of. Okay.
Yeah.
Ryan Johnson was the writer and director, I know, and Ryan Johnson apparently hates J.J. Abrams' guts. Or so you would
Okay,
think,
but
based on how he took every plot line that Abrams set up and just threw in the
okay, then
trash.
what the
Dude,
fuck
just
is
like-
the exact? Wait, what the fuck is the executive producer role then? If Ryan Johnson was able to, as the producer, overrule J.J.
It's
Abrams'
producer,
plan?
but it's a
Okay.
producer that you ignore.
Yeah,
They
executive
ships the
producer is
kitchen.
basically a fluff title that they give to people to tell them to shut up.
Okay. It is.
Also, Jesus Christ, J.J.
the-
Abrams does not work on good movies. Like, holy shit.
The general
He's
thing
working on
apparently
some
is
good ones.
supposed to be secure funding, shape creative vision, manage production process, and oversee marketing distribution. Which means that you're not actually doing that, you're delegating that to people below you, because that's
Like,
a lot of
average star rating of a J.J. Abrams movie is like 6.
slightly
Yeah.
above average.
That's the thing. He directs a lot of mediocre movies, and then he's directed a couple of really great movies, and he hasn't made a lot of garbage. He's made a lot of things where people are like, I don't really like that, but he hasn't made a lot of like outright dog shit.
I don't like that Last Jedi rating is higher than a 4. I'm not happy with
Wait,
that.
someone rated Last Jedi is higher than a 4?
It's
It's rated
69.
6.9. It's rated 6.9 out of 10.
It's rated 60.
Wait, it's rated 6?
No,
Who rated it a
6.9.
6?
It's all 7
Technically,
knows.
it's a 7 when you round up.
Remember, you have to have an IMDb account to rate these things, and they deleted a lot of the ratings for those movies because they called them trolled and botted and yada yada bullshit.
Yeah, probably.
No, probably too. They reported on it.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to call bullshit on that. Star Wars The Force Awakens with an 84%. Yeah. Rotten
that's-
Tomato.
No,
that's...
I can see that being 84%. Say what you will, Force Awakens is about as solid a start as New Hope, because it's a
No.
retelling of New Hope.
Not even slightly.
Was that the user score or
There was
the?
not a single part of The Force Awakens that... So we talked about this last time on Tuesday, where when you invoke a previous property, you have people compare it to the previous property. And there was not a single moment where I looked at a scene that I was like, oh, this is from A New Hope. And then thought, oh, they did it just as good. In every single scene where they invoked A New Hope, or even, is it New Hope, Empire Strikes Back, and then, wait.
Last Jedi.
No, it's
talking about
Return
the
of the
originals.
Jedi for
Return of the Jedi.
Return of the Jedi.
That's
So it's
right.
New Hope, Empire Strikes Back, Return of the Jedi, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Invokes New Hope, and there was not a single scene where I thought that Force Awakens did as good or better than A New Hope.
Wasn't there like one really good scene with the?
I didn't say it did as good. I said it was a retelling. I didn't say it was as good.
Right,
of
but
a retelling.
what I'm saying though is that because it was a retelling, they invoked all of the A New Hope scenes, and that made me compare it to A New Hope, and that made my enjoyment of the movie drop, because every single time they had one of those scenes, I was just like, yeah, but A New Hope did it better.
Like, I remember one and only one really great scene with the X-wings going over the water, and that was probably the best scene out of any of the new
What?
movies.
Wait, wasn't that?
Wasn't
I'm
that
pretty
from
sure
Rogue
that was
One?
the 8th one.
No, that was in. I'm with Sign. I'm pretty sure that was 7, because they were.
I
It
think
was
it's 7.
when they were coming to help Rey and Finn, and that's how the whole forest caught fire. That's how the
you're
whole
right,
forest
yeah.
caught fire. 'Cause
They
did
visited
straight-
the cantina, and then the Empire
Oh.
found them, and then they got surrounded, and then
Isn't
Han
that
Solo.
isn't that where Traitor came from?
Yeah, they
Uh,
hired
yes.
like a shitty hacker.
That's where Traitor meme came from.
That's where the traitor
yes.
came from.
Oh wait,
Yeah,
the other
and
one.
that's where there was that really shitty moment where Han Solo took Chewbacca's bowcaster and started like one hand firing it and killing people left and right with it. And he goes, "Why didn't I get one of these earlier?" And they retconned
because
the
in the lore,
bowcaster to
it's
not
a
having
god-
recoil.
Yeah. In the lore, it's a goddamn fucking giant bolt caster that is actually using ammo.
Well, not only is it
Yeah,
using ammo, the recoil on it was so bad that only Wookiees could stand using it.
Yeah.
Yes.
He doesn't one-hand it, but he's definitely not treating it with the recoil it's supposed to have.
Yeah.
It has no recoil.
But
I hate
no, an
that scene.
84% audience score makes sense though. But like,
Honestly,
you disagree as much as you want, Sneaky, but it is the audience score. What I don't agree with is that
But-
93% critic score. That is way too high.
No,
They
that's
deleted
perfect.
a lot of the
The
audience
critic
score.
score is perfectly in the realm. The critic score is exactly where I expect it to be.
Oh yes, but I'm saying that their score is too high. Is it where I expect modern critics to put it? Yes. But I still
Okay.
think they scored it too high. The
I mean,
audience score is exactly where I would put it personally. Let me put it this way. I will rewatch The Force Awakens without much argument or anything. It was okay. If someone asked me if I want to rewatch the last two movies, I'd probably just walk out of the room. Go do something else. I'm not dealing with those movies again.
Just like, nope, not dealing with it.
I will rewatch all of the prequels, all of the original, and I'll rewatch Force Awakens. I will not touch 8 and 9.
Unlike
Yeah.
Lord of the Rings, where you can just rewatch those basically once a year.
Yeah, I'll just set a
Yeah,
weekend aside.
exactly. Yeah.
I would say
send
you
the
should,
weekend
in
side,
fact,
yeah.
watch them exactly once a year at the New Year's for Legolas to go, it begins.
Yeah, exactly. You have to time it precisely.
Yes.
That's correct.
I'm sure someone's done that.
Someone
somewhere.
has timestamp.
Oh, I've done
yeah,
that. Yeah,
no.
no,
Perfect.
a lot of people do it.
I've done it.
Perfect.
Yeah. I've done it.
Max, they also have people have gone so far. They've got the timestamps for the theatrical cuts and the extended cuts.
Nice.
I just realized something.
What's that?
I've only ever seen the first Lord of the Rings movie.
Really?
That was when I was younger, and I was dropped off at a family friend's house to be babysat, and she put on the first Lord of the Rings movie. I was probably 8 or 9 at the time.
And then you were just gone for like 5 hours.
And then you never watched any of the other ones, huh?
Wow, that's
I was
kinda
a kid,
depressing.
and I was like, family doesn't like magic.
Oh, yeah.
Except but the thing is, Lord of the Rings probably would have been allowed because it's in that same realm of like Narnia, where it's
Well,
like,
I mean,
unlike Harry Potter, there are immediately obvious things that one can take from it that are good and solid moral compass points.
not just that,
Yeah,
but
but-
literally Gandalf the White banishing the demon.
Also,
Yeah.
there's the whole thing with Narnia is a Christian movie, so
Yeah, I was just to be clear. Narnia is explicitly Christian. Lord of the Rings is not. Absolutely, there are Christian elements in it. That was inevitable with Tolkien's upbringing, the time
Yeah.
period, and the
He
fact that he was
was-
trying to create an English mythology. But
He was slightly critical of religion itself, wasn't he? Or was that
yes,
something
there
else?
was a point where he went into, I don't remember if it was atheism or agnosticism. But yes,
not
He probably had a fairly healthy skepticism about religion.
Mm-hmm.
well,
yeah,
I mean,
turns out when you live through World War One,
yeah,
That'd do it.
you don't have a.
I
You,
not
you
not
get
not
pretty
just
skeptical of God.
not just live through World War One. Cut your teeth in the Battle of the Somme.
Yeah,
Oof.
yeah. No,
the psalm will make anyone forget about
Yeah.
God.
also,
Yeah.
just again, part of the reason that Frodo and Sam's relationship is the way that it is because of when and where Tolkien grew up in England, right? Samwise Gamgee is a Batman, and that not Batman, right? He is a traditional English butler.
Right.
Yes, a Batman.
Yeah.
But yes, right. There's a lot of things you gotta a lot of things you need to know about Tolkien and the influences that are present in the works that he has. And so even though Lord of the Rings is not explicitly Christian, it does have things like Gandalf the White, who is explicitly an angel using the power of white light, pure bright white light to drive away the darkness and the demons and
Specifically, the light of creation.
Literally.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. But so it's just that kind of thing, right? Unlike Narnia, which is explicitly Christian, Aslan, the lion, the table, da 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 da.
Yeah. I mean, it's just I don't know. I still think that The Force Awakens is not that great.
All the trilogy movies are dog shit.
Like, honestly, I liked the bad guys more than I liked the heroes in all of the movies.
I didn't even particularly like the bad guys. I thought they were fucking stupid.
Kylo Ren is fucking dumb.
I liked Kylo Ren in the first movie.
Oh,
I
don't mean
where's this gonna
Kylo.
go? And
yeah, I don't mean like Kylo Ren, and I don't mean like the First Order in general. I mean like the traitor scene, and like the stormtroopers genociding scene. Like, I liked the scenes with the bad guys doing shit in them more than I like the main character scene. Like, the scene, like you have this whole, like, you traitor, you've betrayed our ideals, we're gonna kill you now. That's cool, and he, like, flips out a fucking shock baton and a riot shield, and he fights the guy. Like, that's cool.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, contrast that with the very intense scene where where Rey and Poe are being strafed by the First Order TIE fighters, and Poe grabs Rey's hand to pull her in a direction, and she pulls her hand away and says, "I'm a strong, powerful woman, and I can do it myself." It's just like,
she should have died right there just for that.
like, okay.
Like, that would have been perfect cinematic irony right there. I can do it myself. Splat. Oh, well, I guess you couldn't.
And
Here's
then,
the thing.
And then you
Here's the thing. The worst part is there's a super easy way to fix that scene. You've already established that Rey doesn't have parents, that she's been a self-sufficient individual for her entire life, and then she grew up on a planet where people were assholes and were always trying to take advantage of each other. If you just leaned into her having gigantic trust issues, the scene's perfectly fine.
Yeah, I don't need your help. Like, if you just did that, and it's like, alright, okay.
Yeah.
But they didn't.
No, I know they didn't. I'm just saying it's one of those things. It's like, God, yeah.
and then they
little-
follow
Let
up
your-
the scene.
Let your character have flaws. It's okay. They can have flaws.
And then it's even more annoying because then they follow that scene up with it just so happens that conveniently the only spaceship that could possibly work at that moment was the Millennium Falcon. That just so happened to be lost in a bet and eventually find its way to that specific scrapyard. And then just so happened that Rey specifically happened to have a bunch of flight sims for the Millennium Falcon. And that it just so happened that she was able to get it to start when no one else could. And that it just so happened that immediately after that scene, they get pulled in by a bulk freighter, and it just so happened to be Han Solo. And then it just so happened that they go back on the Millennium Falcon, and they're trying to get it working again. And Rey rips out some piece of circuit board and goes, I bypassed the decompressor. That one thing that in their New Hope, Han Solo had a hard time handling, and they had to, like, fucking do shit about the, like, constantly in the movie. Because it was a problem, and they didn't really have a way of bypassing the decompressor, air quotes, by ripping the part out of the paneling.
Yeah.
Someone made a joke. Just like, I bypassed the kaboom.
Yeah, it's just like, it's not just a single scene. Like, if there was just a scene where, like, if they're running from the Imperials, right? And then she rips her hand out of his hand. She's like, I don't know you. Get away from me. And then runs in a separate direction of him. And then, like, she's about to be shot by the Imperial. And Han Solo sweeps in with the Millennium Falcon and blows it out of the sky. And he's like, hey, you should come with me. They're going to come back in greater numbers. You know, reference A New Hope again, but in a different direction. And then she runs onto the thing, and he's flying away, and he's like, you should be lucky we came just in time. And she then performs the whole, like, Han Solo routine of, like, alright, fine, what do I owe you? You know.
Yeah. And there's
like,
just so... And
then
the best part
fine.
is, you could have made our hero, right? You could have been subversive about it. You could have set us up to think that our hero is Luke Skywalker, and then be like, no, the hero is Han Solo this time, right?
Right, yeah.
Han Solo was always one of the heroes. There's so many things that I'm just like, why couldn't you do this a little bit better? And there's so many things, like, character-wise, that I just don't agree with. Han Solo just giving up and turning into a depressed, sad sack.
Right, exactly, right. And if you really wanted to have her, like, bypass the decompressor or whatever the fuck it was, like, come up with a good reason for it. Like, I spend my years scrapping these things. All you gotta do is redirect the power flow through this conduit instead, and the decompressor switch won't flip.
Or you could even, right? Or just to have the most jury-rigged solution in the world. If you want to show her destroying something, have her jam a fucking knife into the on position and be like, we will have to deal with that later.
Yeah.
Right? Like, yeah, like something, right? Like,
because listen, I want to be very clear. This is not code friendly. But guess what? If you really need to get something done and a breaker keeps tripping,
the breaker with the screw and the coat hanger,
yeah, you can force that breaker open and get what you need to done. Just, you know, the breaker's gonna be busted, and so might be the thing that you're trying to use. But you can get whatever you need
if it's
done.
a genuine emergency, then yeah, you can do it.
But yeah, anyway, right? You could have something like that. It just look.
Well, you know, there is one good thing to have come out of that movie. Mr. Ford finally got his wish and Han died.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah.
And you know what?
At least someone was happy with that.
Yeah.
He's just like, finally, I don't have to be Han Solo again.
Yeah.
And look, that was you know what? Credit to it. That's a good scene.
No.
For making us go that. No, for showing that he's a bad. Here's the problem: if they kept on with the Kylo is an irredeemable dickbag, it would be a good scene. The problem is it's a bad scene in retrospect because they changed Kylo's arc. It's supposed
it's
to
not,
be that
no,
Kylo's
it's,
irredeemable.
No, it wasn't just that. It was Kylo was a problem because his parents got divorced and they didn't care about him, and mommies didn't say she loved him enough. Like, the problem is that from square one, they tried to blame Kylo's arc on his parents being a divorced couple and fighting all the time. And then Luke tried to kill him. And then, because he ran away. And
Well,
it's just like,
the Luke thing was
Luke
added in
overreacted.
episode 8. Don't
oh,
forget.
yeah, I know
That
the Luke thing was added in episode 8, but
I doubt
they
that was
they
part
just
of the
made
original
it.
thing.
It was not part of the original, probably.
Oh,
But my point
I'm not-
being
I'm-
more
I'm not
is that
even-
every single time they tried to add to his backstory, even in the 9th one, every single time they tried to add to his backstory, it was always justifying his position of like, oh yeah, he's like a dick now, but like his parents constantly argued and were divorced, and he felt
It's
like
totally
neither
not
of them
his
loved
fault.
him. And it's just like,
I'm gonna head out. Good night, guys.
yeah,
Good night.
you know what I mean? It was just very much just like not a
Not
great
great.
villain. Yeah, like,
Not like I
you're
said. I was intrigued with him in the first movie. I was like, where are they gonna take this dude?
it's yeah, but like even the scenes like before it ended up being a negative scene because there was no payoff to it. Like even the scenes where he gets like super mad and then starts swinging his lightsaber around and destroying all the consoles in the room, and then the stormtroopers are walking by and they're like, "Oh shit, he's having a tantrum again. I'll go the other way."
Not paid enough for this, boss.
Yeah.
Like it's like
The war-
there is a there's an opportunity for humor there. The whole stormtroopers turn around thing because the Sith is having a tantrum again, that could have been funny if the tantrum if we didn't see what the tantrum was. Like
Yeah.
if the moment is like the prisoners escaped and you just see Kylo Ren just start to shake and he's like, "Ugh!" And then it pans out to the stormtroopers walking by, and then he starts screaming, and you see like sparks flying out of the room.
And you know
the
what?
stormtroopers
Give
are
us
like,
some
"Oh,
random
we just
smashes and
gotta-"
thumps and makes it sound like things are getting tossed around with the force, right?
You're right.
You
or
could
like
even
one of the stormtroopers goes flying out of the room, and the other two are
Yeah.
like, "We
Well,
fucking turn around."
yeah,
Shit.
just give us
But-
the Darth Vader scene at the end of episode 3.
Right,
without
but
showing us the
because we
scene.
saw the tantrum, it just became childish. It just became a fucking child swinging around his toy sword, throwing a tantrum, and then that
yeah, you're not wrong about
removed
that.
all of the it removed
Yeah.
all of the energy of the scene for me.
Listen, if I could make some relatively simple edits
Because
to
it's
the
like,
story, right? So here's the thing, right? For the
Right.
entirety of for the entirety of the trilogy, I would make some relatively simple edits. So, first and most important edit: no goddamn Palpatine. And you
Yeah.
especially
Yeah.
you especially don't bring him back in the fucking title crawl of episode 8 with suddenly Palpatine has returned. Oh my
Episode
Yeah.
god.
9.
Oh,
Episode
episode
9.
9, by the way. Yeah,
episode 9.
I'm
Sorry.
I'm going to stand by. They should have gone full board. This is a clone. Turns out he had a factory. That's because I like stupid
Yes.
plot lines like that.
That
I'd
was
be
a thing.
fine with that.
Yeah.
I'd be fine with that. But they did right. They half-assed it. But anyway,
Yeah.
I'm not here to go on
Somehow
a rant
he would.
about that. I'm not here to go on a rant
What?
about that. Even though I've definitely
What
done
a
that before.
what a
Right.
great
Right,
like
so-
props.
sorry, Adam.
Dameron's actor for that though, being
To
able
build on the point though, right, of like it the problem is that Kylo in the 7th movie, Kylo was supposed to be the main villain. Like they were building him up to be the tension villain, to be the Darth Vader with the the whole mask scene. He was supposed to invoke Darth Vader. And then they made him be this like jokey, childish villain, and there was like no serious villain behind him that made him be like the contrast. Like,
Yeah, like
you have him be this like jokey, like overly serious, edgy guy, and then you have like the guy that you look at and go, "Oh fuck!" Like there was no "oh fuck"
instead
guy.
you have long fucking Gollum.
Yeah, you got Long Gollum. Yeah, right. He talks in mysterious riddles and it never does anything. It's just like, okay, like I'm supposed to take one of these guys seriously, but I can't take either serious. Like that was the problem. Is if he was supposed to be jokey, him throwing a tantrum because he's like this, like he's like a wannabe Sith, and he's like throwing this tantrum because his emotions are just going everywhere because he's just a bitch. Like that would be one thing. But that's not what they were doing. Like he was supposed to be like this serious villain because they opened up with him doing that again, as Sign said, that totally cool moment. The stormtroopers are going in and they genocide this village, and one of the guys gets a shot off on Kylo Ren, and he stops with the Force. He stops the plasma bolt, and like that's cool. It's like that sets up the scene, and that sets up the scene for Finn too, where he's like, yo, we just like massacred this village. Like that's
I didn't sign up for this.
guys. I don't know, guys. Like this is a bit
Hans,
much.
are we the baddies?
Again, that's a great scene. The blood handprint on his helmet, like great setup, and then there's no fucking payoff to it. And I kind of liked Finn being like his name because his designation was like F4N or something, whatever.
Yeah.
Like I thought that was like cool. That was clever.
But like, here's the problem. Like, you need to explicitly lean back into. Okay, like I said, so some relatively small edits and a couple of simple reshoots, right? So, first of all, you get rid of the tantrum scene in episode 7. You can actually leave episode 7 pretty much unchanged. A couple of dialogue changes.
A couple of reshoots.
You want to keep Han and Leia split up? That's fine. Make it for a completely different reason. You could either A, blame it on politics, like what almost happened in the expanded universe, or to be clear, right, like a political marriage that she's required to take to cement the alliance or secure a home for New Alderaan, something like that. Or you could simply make it that they were too different and they weren't able to overcome that, right? Han is a street rat with a bunch of trust issues. Leia is a princess who lives in high society, and she can't overcome Han's walls. Han can't bring the walls down. They split up, right? You can have better reasons for them to split up, right?
Yeah.
And giving them a better reason to split up makes Kylo's backstory legitimately sympathetic, even if you don't necessarily agree with it. Number 2, you need to bring in, if you're going to make Luke a sad sack, which I personally wouldn't, right? But
I hated that shit. Yeah,
we're talking simple edits, right? We're
Everyone
talking simple edits, small changes. You make sure that the Luke trying to kill him because Luke is terrified, right? You don't make Luke a sad sack. You make Luke someone who is terrified of the darkness coming back, who's suffering from legitimate post-traumatic stress, and when he finds out that a member of his family, someone that he's descended from, is going to be the reason that darkness returns to the galaxy, he has a moment of weakness and he decides to kill him. You need to also put in this is a relatively simple thing, very small dialogue edit, something about like Han or Leia, one of them, or one of the people who worked at the Jedi Temple all go about how, yeah, Master Skywalker never wanted kids. He was terrified of bringing another Darth Vader into this world. And flip something that happened in the script in the expanded universe, where a very big part of Leia's arc of becoming a Jedi and having children was getting over the fact that her dad was Darth Vader. Because that should be That's
That's
not
a
touched
pretty
at all
big,
in the
yeah.
current universe. That's not
Yeah.
touched at all in the current universe, and they did touch on it in the EU because it was a huge trauma point for both of Luke and Leia of, fuck, our dad was Darth goddamn Vader. Like, our dad was the second worst human being to ever
Oh,
come into the fucking
also,
galaxy.
I mean, if you want to do small edits as well, pretty much just make sure the scenes that Kylo is in measure up to the Darth Vader invoking, because it's like, because they were trying to invoke Darth Vader with Kylo's, he's got a mask on the shrine and all of that, and he's doing a lot of
Yeah.
things that Darth Vader did, and if you reframed the scenes to be like what's the term? What's the impersonation syndrome? Or
Imposter
something like that?
syndrome.
No. It's I don't know if it's imposter. I think it's impersonation. Or basically, the thing is that so they found that female gang leaders are more violent than male gang leaders because women feel like they need to be more violent to measure up to the guys. So they do more fucked up shit to be like, yeah, I'm as tough as you guys. And basically have Kylo Ren do that, where he's like trying to live up to the image of Darth Vader, and so he does like he's way more violent. He's like force choking soldiers left and right.
Yeah.
Because he's like trying to invoke the same image as Darth Vader.
Yeah, right. That's a good edit. Right. But so we already covered some of the edits for Rey. This is technically a minor edit in that they absolutely hinted at it before, but you need to have the Jedi Order refounded. Just make Finn a fucking Jedi. Like, anyway, right? So episode 7,
Yeah.
some small changes. Here's the thing. The scene with Kylo and Han is close to being an amazing scene. It's so close to being an amazing scene. Right? Make it that right? Take what Sneaky's got, right? The moments where he's trying too hard to be a bad guy and have a moment, right? You zoom in, you show his face conflicted, and then you show a moment of revelation. Watch a look of almost something peaceful come over his face as he then kills his father, and he goes, "I finally figured it out. I still love you." Right? And then
Right.
quote the goddamn Sith code.
Yeah.
My hate will set me free.
Yeah. Right. Exactly. Yeah.
Right? Through victory, my chains are broken, etc., etc. Quote the actual Sith code and make him that dangerous, raving lunatic.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. I hate this whole redeem the villain shit. I fucking hate this redeem the villain. It worked in the original series because it was a moment of it was a whole building moment. If he realizes that the person he's been trying to kill is actually his son, he has to choose between his family that he never had, that obviously retroconned to be the family he thought was dead, but the family he didn't have, and he's like, do I choose my master or my son? And he realizes that as his master's about to strike down his son, that he chose his son. And so he kills his master to save his son, but in the process dies. Because his equipment to breathe gets fried.
Yeah.
And so he has this whole moment with his son where his son's like, oh, but we can save you, I can bring you back. And he's like, no, I don't deserve to be saved. I don't deserve to be redeemed. I did it for you. I didn't do it for good. I did it for you.
Yeah.
And that's fine. Because you're not really even redeeming Vader. Not that we actually knew a lot of Vader's crimes at that point, beyond that he was the antagonist. You're not really redeeming Vader. You're just closing out his story. But in
You're
these newer
showing Vader as a
movies,
father.
right? But in the newer movies, it's like we gotta redeem Kylo. He's gotta have this like sad justification backstory for why he's evil, and then he's gotta do a lot of evil stuff. So then through the power of vagina, Reylo can bring him back from the edge, and he can choose to be good person and save her.
Yeah. Look, right. Episode 8, believe it or not, I have a relatively small set of changes I would make. Right. Number one, obviously, you got to get rid of the blowing up the using hyperspace as a
The
suicide bomb,
suicide
right?
bomb, yeah.
Just because that's got too many narrative issues, right? Right, but
It's such a good looking scene, though.
right.
It
So
is a
part
good
of
scene, but there's a lot of problems. Like the actual lore reason as to why that can't be done is because it's part of the core programming of the hyperspace computer to
Oh,
not
I know.
allow you to pilot it into objects.
Yeah. It looks for gravity masses and shit. Like, you can't go through a planet. You might accidentally go through a star. You could
no
theoretically go through
star gravity wells are one of the things it is also trained to look for.
I remember an EU book that mentioned, like, yeah, we might end up in a star, so,
No,
sorry if that happens.
the danger with that was the hyper lanes. If you go off the hyperlane trails, it can fuck with the hyperspace computer's calculations.
Yeah, I remember that being an explicit worry once you got past the outer rim.
Yeah,
That's
specifically.
but that's because there's stuff that's
Yeah.
not mapped. Like it hyperspace it can't. How should I say this? It has a bunch of fail safes of if it detects a sudden gravity well, it will do its best to pull you out.
Yeah, no, I know that much, but like that was always a danger once you got past a certain point.
Yeah, but that's because the
It
hyper
couldn't have
lanes were.
it couldn't occur in that scene because they weren't anywhere near the outer edges.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm aware. It's a cool looking scene. It's what, as a Star Wars fan, I actually did want to see an example of. I'm aware it doesn't make sense narratively because why in God's name would you ever put a faulty hyperdrive computer in your ship for this purpose?
Yeah.
What if Incendiary was coming off of a half-hour sleep because he's been pulling double duty the last 4 days and hits the wrong fucking button?
Yeah.
It's one of those things that technically you should be able to do by just like even just jury rigging some sort of like overload device to the hyperdrive and initiating an overload on the hyperdrive to cause it to like super activate and to just shoot forward immediately.
Just reprogram.
This bypasses the program, right? And like I'm talking like the most base level of you should be absolutely like John Smith Star Wars when he shouts it's time to start the wars, like should be able to do it yourself, jury rig a hyperdrive into some sort of bomb, right? The reason why you don't do that in your story is because it makes it really hard going forward to not use it more.
Yeah.
Because everyone has hyperspace missiles.
Yeah.
Why is everybody not sticking a hyperdrive to an asteroid and saying "bye, bitch"?
Yeah. Well, I mean, honestly, that could have been like a major villain plot point of like, yeah, this guy's got a hyperdrive and he's got like he's strapped to an asteroid and he's aiming it at planets.
Yeah. Anyway, so real quick, back to my thing, right? Simple edits for episode 8. Right. Do away cut the whole fucking casino planet. Just cut the whole damn thing.
God, fuck that.
Yeah.
Just cut the whole thing.
Also,
I'm
by the way,
sorry.
I appreciate you saying I have simple edits, and all I could think was we're gonna have to cut a 30-minute thing out, which is not a simple
I
edit, by the
have
way.
simple edits.
No,
Cut
but it
this
is. Here's the thing.
entire section
It is a
out.
simple edit because what? Answer me this. What really happens on that planet?
They fight capitalism.
I
Nothing
remember there
important.
being a lot of cuts in between the casino things is the problem. That's not a simple edit. I'm gonna have to sit here for like
No.
15
This
minutes
is
and cut
assuming
around
you're
it.
doing this from the start.
Okay, I
Then
see.
you're not cutting that. You're just not filming it.
Well, no,
And if
like
you're
there's
doing
a
this from
lot
the
of
start,
no.
you're not filming some of these. Some of these scenes should never be filmed. Then.
Well, no. There's a lot of stuff that gets filmed that never even makes it into the director's
Yeah.
cut.
No, I'm aware of that. But the scenes he's mentioning are scenes that should have never been filmed in the first place, or need to be reshot.
Yeah. Okay. But
Like some of the
assuming that
stuff
been
he wanted
shot.
in episode 7 should have been reshot. That's
Well,
not an edit. That's
I
a
did
reshoot.
mention that there should be reshoots of quite a number of scenes.
Like what he described for the Kylo Ren scene, we see Kylo do the emoting through what Atin wanted. The only thing he really added of note was including the Sith code as part of that dialogue at
Yes,
the end.
right, and I am aware that that stuff's in the scene, right? That's just here's how to simplify it. Here's how to make this a little bit better of a payoff.
Yeah.
For episode
Also,
8, you're
cut
getting
Rose
rid of the
out.
casino. There's a lot you can salvage from episode 8. The casino needs to go.
I mean,
Don't
there's-
have Leia almost die at the beginning of the show. Save that for the right. You can take that whole scene and simply work that at the end of the movie and have that be the finishing transition of Kylo Ren to bastarddom.
I mean,
Where he
honestly,
kills the
I
mom.
think it would be better. I think it'd be better as a narrative standpoint is if when you have Kylo Ren kill Han Solo, and then Leia gets injured at some point in time during the movie as well, and then finally the heroes make it back. They make it to Leia, and she's like, "Where's Han?" And they're like, "He's dead. Kylo killed him." And she's like, "No." Oh, Han. And then dies herself. Like, learning that Han died is what kills her, because she's been holding on this whole time, wounded. And then learning that Han is dead is what made her give up and die.
Yeah. Which would
Sure.
also be a nice parallel with her mother.
Well, it would
Who
also be a
gave up
nice
the will to live.
resolution. Well, yeah, but it would also be a nice resolution to the conflict between Han and Leia, where it's like, oh, well, in the end, Leia actually still loved him. And learning that he was dead was what made her give up.
Sure.
Like, that's a great narrative cycle.
Sure. You can absolutely include something like that. But so you've gotten rid of the casino. There's not a ton of scenes that are like utterly unsalvageable. There's nothing like explicitly that jumps out to me. Like, oops, gotta fix that like right now, right away.
Get rid of everything with Rose in it. I would argue remove
Oh,
Rose
the
entirely.
self-insert of one of the writers?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cut the scene out where Luke tosses the lightsaber. Literally just have him take the lightsaber from Rey and then reverse the shot. And then have it cut to him just walking away as she stares at it in her hand, confused.
Yeah. I'd actually blanked that scene from my memory. Like going back and like digging up memories.
Honestly, I mean, you wouldn't even need that. It's like Luke takes the lightsaber and he looks at it, and Rey's like, "Well, come on." He's like, "Well, what do you expect me to do? Well, what do you want from me?"
Yeah, get rid of the milk as well. Get
rid of the.
Yes, the milk.
They did Luke so dirty in the movie, in all of them.
They should have kept Luke alive.
Yeah.
So I would cut out his death scene, have him still do the thing, because it's like, oh yeah, no, that's what Luke at this age is capable of.
Yeah, right,
What do you
exactly.
mean it killed
But
him?
no,
Luke's
like
I would
not
say
I,
that
I,
what
one
do
of
you
the
mean it
simple
killed him?
edits
Luke's not that much of a bitch. What?
cut Luke dying, right?
yeah, yeah. Well, I mean,
Simple edit,
also
Luke
like
doesn't die.
the whole lightsaber thing of like have Luke accept the lightsaber back and then just be like, what do you want from me? Like I fucked up as a Jedi. I absolutely fucked up.
Yeah, right.
You know
And
what?
and you can make that scene.
Delete 90% of the Rey and Luke interactions actually.
Yeah,
Because
like
you
can
can
we
cut to
not
you can
have
just
Rey?
you have him take the lightsaber, then hand it back to Rey and walk away, and then just cut straight to the scene where he's explaining to her why he gave up. Because
How did
we're
Luke Skywalker
assuming
die? Oh, so Luke Skywalker died by projecting an image of himself to another planet, and then Kylo Ren saw it and was like, "Oh my God, I have to kill this guy," and so he ordered all of his troops to fire on him, and then the illusion was like, "Lamau, you missed," and then Kylo Ren was like, "Ah," and then the image disappeared and Luke died.
yeah.
What?
No,
Yeah.
no. To be fair, he then theoretically psychically schools him in a fake lightsaber duel.
Yeah.
I don't recall that at all, and
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
don't
going to be
recall
scared of
that at
that
all.
He
scene in the
dodges a
slightest.
I'm pretty sure he dodges a bunch of swings from.
No, because Kylo Ren's still on the ATT.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, they straight up just shoot him with a bunch of. They shoot his illusion with a bunch of lasers, and that somehow kills Luke in real life.
Well,
Because it was a
no,
force projection.
what killed him was the projecting the force onto another planet, like half the galaxy away, which again, he's not that much of a bitch. At that point in his life, that should have just been a Tuesday for him.
Yeah, that is a thing
Yeah.
Jedi can do.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's the thing.
no.
Well,
Yeah.
masters that are way up there in age, yes, that's not just something any Jedi can do. That's a high level
Okay.
skill.
Gentlemen, he absolutely fucks with Kylo's head. Time stamped.
Oh yeah, no, that's right. Yeah, that's right. He does do that thing.
Oh, right.
Okay, how about that? Fair enough. Oh yeah, shit. Where they were. Oh
I
my
love
God,
how
you just.
I love how there's all different parts of this movie where we've all just like collectively forgotten things because we're trying not to devote too much
Oh
fucking mental
God!
energy
And then
to
there's
these
that
movies.
whole scene where Poe's trying to sacrifice himself through the hero
Oh God,
route.
yes.
And
Yes,
then
that's
Rose forces his sacrifice to mean nothing and crashes his ship.
dumb.
Just so she can molest him because fucking women and self-inserts.
Yeah, anyway, look, the point is it's very brief, but Luke absolutely spends all that time fucking with him.
Apparently that writer also sexually harassed him off screen and like stalked him as well.
Oh, joy.
Oh.
Anyway, right? So again, relatively small edits that you can make without having to do too many reshoots. Some reshoots are going to be necessary to salvage this pile of piss, but
Yeah, which also leads into like, since we're not having Luke die, we got a lot of reshoots for episode 9 now.
no, but that's just it. You can have Luke be like, I'm not going to get involved because I fucked up, right? I will help you guys a little bit, but I shouldn't go back out there. I screwed up. I gave in.
Then you
I'm a
need
hermit.
to. Well, no, then you need to cut out the scene where he has his resolution and Yoda summons lightning to destroy what few
Yeah,
Jedi records remained.
Yeah, that whole
Because
shit was cringe
what
as
what
fuck.
so the problem with your idea is that it means that we have to stick with sad depressed Luke Skywalker, who is not Luke Skywalker.
I
Oh,
think
what
it
we
would
had-
be better
what-
to
no,
Here's the
it
thing. You
does.
can have
It-
sad, depressed Luke Skywalker if you give me a legitimate reason for him being sad and depressed.
No. The
But there
better way
is
to
no
pull it off,
legitimate
right?
reason for it.
The
That's
better
not
way to
who
pull it off
Luke
is to do the Obi-Wan route, right? You go and you make Luke into the Obi-Wan invoking image that they tried to go for, And
And
what
you know,
you do. Yeah, holy shit, we're still going? Yeah, absolutely, dude. This is important shit. We're talking talking about important things.
this is very important.
Listen, we're fixing the entire Star
So
Wars.
we're cutting out
trilogy.
45
The
minutes, right?
sequels. Fix the sequels.
We're
Yeah.
cutting out 45 minutes because you're getting rid of the casino scene. So effectively, you have to fill those 45 minutes, and a better way to invoke the original movies, because I mean, like if the first sequel was so good because it invoked A New Hope, then might as well just continue the fucking trend here. Have Rey show up with the lightsaber, be like, "Here you go." Luke's like, "What the fuck do you want me to do with this?" And she's like, "Help us beat the Empire Part 2?" And he's like, "Yeah, but I ended up fucking creating the Empire Part 2. I'm the reason why Kylo is, the way he is, and they have this whole backstory with Kylo and how he tried to kill Kylo." He's like, "I fucked up there. I don't deserve to be a Jedi. I messed up everything." And she's like, "Well, then train me." And he's like, "Well, what do you mean train you?" He's like, "Well, train me, and I'll be the new Jedi." And basically make the second movie be a whole, like, Rey convinces Luke to pull the old mentor routine with her, to pass on the Jedi teachings
Oh,
that he
there goes
failed to
Stein.
uphold. You know,
Yeah. I mean, that doesn't really invoke the Obi-Wan image then, if you want to go that route.
it
Because,
doesn't really invoke the Obi-Wan image, but I mean, it's.
well, no,
It
but you
would.
just said to lean into it, and you leaned way the fuck away
Yeah, I
from
would
it,
say here's the
even
thing.
further
You
than the movie.
you can
I like your idea better though.
yes, right. Again, part of what I had in the beginning is you're going to be uh taking some of these tropes and you're functionally going to be remixing them, for want of a better term, right? You're
Yeah,
going to take Luke, you're gonna, right, it's not plucky young Luke Skywalker who's the hero, idealistic and full of hope. No, it's angry, bitter, jaded street child Han Solo who's got trust issues and hates everybody because their parents ditched them on a shit garbage scav planet. Right? So in this case, you can have Luke reprise the role of a mentor, but he's not the mentor who went into seclusion to protect all of the ancient knowledge. He's the mentor who went into seclusion because, oh God, I was terrible at this. I made everything worse.
right.
Which I personally don't want to stick with that, because that's just not Luke's character at all.
I fully agree with you, but we're trying not to change
We're
the
working with what
entire.
I know. We're
Well, I
working
mean,
with what
it's
we
a
got.
butterfly flapping scenario of where we're make little changes here and there would end up
I
getting
I
more.
will say this. The one thing Ryan Johnson did right when he threw all of Abrams' plot lines out was making Rey the child of nobodies.
Yeah,
Yes,
That would have
I
been that
hated
would have been a
I
that would have
hated
been a
that whole
great
plot.
oh,
reversal.
the Palpatine stuff was
That
just terrible.
that would no, well, not even that. It would have been a great reversal of the original trilogy's thing of, like, Luke and Leia were born into something special.
Right,
It
they
would
were
have
the
actually been
chosen
really cool
ones.
to
They
have
were
a
literally chosen ones.
yeah. And instead of Rey being a chosen, it's like Rey was the lucky one. She came from nothing, worked her ass off, and made something of herself. That would have been a great thing to introduce, a great thing to introduce in the sequel trilogy. They
Absolutely.
didn't do that
Yeah.
because Abrams wanted to go back to what his plot lines were, with some odd, fast-paced tying in because Johnson fucked everything up that he'd written.
Also, apparently Rey
But
is
I would
Palpatine
keep that
now.
in, because that was
Sorry,
actually
Ray is what?
good.
Yeah, so Palpatine tells Rey to strike him down and does. And he says, "When you strike me down, I'll possess you," and never. But they never actually, like, prevent
Do anything with
him
it.
from doing that. Like there was never a moment of like, I'll hold him down and you kill him. Oh no, it can't end like this. Like there was no moment of that, right? Like it was just strike
Yeah.
me down, Ray, and I will possess you and become stronger. And then she does.
Actually, wait.
That's it.
If
Like
that
there
was
was
his
no.
plan,
Yeah.
why did he have his knights? Why did he have Kylo's knights hold them both off to
I
start with?
I don't know.
Shouldn't have been like roll out the red carpet.
Maybe because he was
I have a
like, I don't know.
granddaughter to meet.
I don't know. Maybe he was like trying to pretend to force her to strike her down with hatred, so that way it would be like a channel for him to exploit in her psyche to take over her body or something.
I have no idea.
Yeah. Keep Snoke in.
Yeah,
Phoenix, that's your point.
right. And here's the thing, right? You keep Snoke in there, and here's the thing: you have this whole scene where Kylo takes the lightsaber and goes to try and kill it. But here's what you do: when they finally go to cut Snoke in half after beating all of his guards, Kylo takes the swing, and then there's two things you can possibly do. One, you can have Kylo then actually kill him and ascend to being a Sith, and the last episode is about Kylo needing to be stopped by a nobody whose parents were nothing, etc., etc. Or alternately, uh, you can have it so that Snoke
You know what?
just goes like heh 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 as the hologram emitter fizzles out because he's been using holograms this entire damn
Right, or
series.
you know, honestly, I think that is a plot idea you could capitalize on, in where Kylo Ren gets hyped up as this whole like I'm the child of the chosen ones thing, and like I'm so powerful because I'm the child of like the chosen of the Force. And Rey's whole narrative arc is that everything she does with 110% effort because she is a nobody and she doesn't really have any natural talent, but she's got a lot of fucking effort. And eventually she defeats Kylo Ren, not because she's some sort of chosen, not because of some sort of prophecy, but because of goodwill, hard work, effort, making friends along the way. Just she stacked the deck in her favor, and he relied on prophecy.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately. That is not what we're gonna get.
That is not what we got. No.
What other edits? I feel like there's still a few things we could cut out of episode 8.
Probably.
I don't know. I never watched it.
Well, lucky you.
Yeah.
Oh,
Honestly, there's
that commander, that stupid fucking
the
commander
silver
talking
commander?
down to Poe Dameron. Change
Yeah.
her personality. Like, seriously? That whole line of like, I needed you to trust me, but it's like, lady, that's not how this goes. You're not a military commander. You're just some cunt who walked in and started throwing her weight around that don't have to throw around. Either get rid of her entirely or change the interactions. Because their whole thing of like, we're looking for a mole didn't make sense the way they did it and wrote it
Of
in
course, it didn't
place.
make sense. Honestly, I think the movies would just be improved if you removed all of the female self-inserts from it.
Of course. They
Because
don't
there
add
was like
anything.
8 of them. Like, almost every single female character ended up actually being a female self-insert of one of the writers. It was infinitely worse for it.
Hmm. Trying to think what else. I'm not sure what else there would be. Although if you wanted to make a homemade edit for this stuff, and you could totally just start going back to old Star Wars stuff and
Yeah, but to
go.
make the
Well,
changes that I
oh no, no, I'm talking like you could do this edit yourself for a lot of this, and when you get to Luke's section, I would borrow heavily from cutscenes that we have from all Star Wars games leading up to this point. Literally just splice them as splice them in as a
Start
nightmare sequence.
splicing Red.
Like,
Puts Luke's head on there.
oh no, not even Luke's head. Just like have the last nightmare being the alternate ending to Revenge of the Sith from the video game, where it's just a zoom in of Anakin Skywalker's now yellow Sith eyes.
Oh yeah.
Just do a close up shot of that, and just be like, oh shit, that's what's gonna happen to my nephew. I gotta stop this. Like if they're gonna make him snap, like you gotta lay on the nightmare fuel,
Yeah.
which they did not do. As for episode 9, I would say throw it in the bin.
Episode 9, I don't think can be fixed with simple edit.
Throw it in the bin.
Nine.
You're gonna have to restart with the material that we gave you for the changes to 7 and 8.
Yeah,
It's got to be a new movie.
listen. 9 is just.
9 is unsalvageable.
If I was forced to try and salvage 9 with all of the edits I made, Palpatine doesn't exist. Palpatine did have a fleet of hidden Star Destroyers out in the unknown regions. Sure, fine. Kylo found this mysterious fleet of Palpatines. He's going to use it to rebuild the First Order. Make it so that it's crewed by a bunch of droids or something, or Palpatine has been, that's where Palpatine was raising a new clone army from something, right? So that he can crew all these ships, and if he does that, it doesn't matter if he doesn't have a super weapon, because 1 in every 10 of these Star Destroyers has a Death Star, has like a mini Death Star beam, and with this fleet of a few thousand Star Destroyers, he'll be able to take over the entire galaxy. And you make him the villain, and the whole thing is about the galaxy banding together to have to stop him. And maybe you include a heartfelt message from Leia at the end of the thing, like, my own son killed me. If you're seeing this, my son killed me. He's absolutely beyond redemption. He's gone to the unknown regions to dig up some old ass Star Destroyer fleet. People of the Republic, you have to remember what makes the Republic great. The people. You, the people, need to rise up and stop Kylo Ren.
Oh man, I hated it, but I actually enjoyed that scene where like everyone and their mother shows up in their random ass fucking space vehicle with a single gun on it and no shields to fight the Empire Resurgent. And I'm like, okay, I kind of like that scene, but I also think it's really fucking stupid. It's
I mean, there's a lot of stuff that's stupid.
Hundreds of thousands of people die in that scene simply because they showed up in their parents' RV that has a single, anti-pest cannon on it with no shields. And
they have the Minoc repeller.
Yeah, and they tried to shoot a Star Destroyer, and the Star Destroyer just, like, wiped them out of existence in a single shot.
Several of them out with a single shot. Yeah.
Like I said, I like the idea of everyone showing up, but...
I mean, the biggest problem...
Look, again,
the biggest problem is
I was talking
First Order's
minor
still kicking
edits.
around on that. Oh, I know. If you want to do this,
yeah.
if you want to do this right, the First Order can't exist at the size it's at.
Oh yeah, no, not in any capacity.
That far into like after the Battle of Yavin, the First Order, the Empire remains in the EU even up to that point. But it's like, cool, this is your guys' one system that we're just not going to bother. And if
Oh
you poke
no,
your
no.
toe out, we are going to break you.
Well, no, right? The Imperial Remnant, right in the EU, they didn't move on from the Imperial Remnant for like 20 years, like real years, like of our years, right? Like the Imperial Remnant was the villain for a very, very, very long time because there were a lot of people who,
Yes,
uh,
I know.
I-
I'm
I'm
aware.
just saying,
That's why I said that it was still around up to this point in time after Yavin, but it was small. Literally,
no,
we
but it wasn't. That's what I'm saying. It was huge.
40, 40 years after the battle?
Yes, that's the thing, Max. The the Republic achieved a state of
Yeah, the
rough
magic flies
parity
after.
with
Yeah.
with the Imperial Remnant. Like the Imperial Remnant was still massive.
I don't remember it being more than one or two systems.
No, it
I'm
was so much bigger than that. There was
I
there were
I
multiple
do not
warlords
I do
who
not.
had
You
one or
can
two
have
systems.
multiple. You can have. I find that hard to believe.
There were
I find that
multiple.
I I find that incredibly hard to believe. Like you can pull out the sources. That doesn't mean I'm not going to continue to find it incredibly hard to believe.
I mean, yeah, you can continue to you can like it or not like it.
Oh, I don't like it. I really don't. Because after 40 to 60 years, it literally should have been, this is your star system. You step one toe out, we break you. Have a good day.
Yeah, no, they had like 10 or 12 systems. Um,
No, basically nothing then. That's
hang on,
considering
here
how
we go.
many
I'm
systems
trying to
exist,
find
ignoring the outer rim. That actually is still pretty small. Surely there's a map somewhere.
here's the problem. I'm trying to find a map from the right time. Um, that's the problem, right? Finding a map is easy. Making sure the map is from the correct time and shows the right stuff. Well, that's
Yeah.
a different problem. Word Mantel. Okay. Okay. Here we go. This one is pretty close to what I remember. Um, so Bastion was the farthest system they had set up. They had a little bit of territory in the mid rim. Bear in mind, this is the 40 years. This is when the Empire's been largely pushed back, right? They still controlled a pretty broad swath of space and had some trade routes. Um, I guess everyone else is done.
No,
Well,
waiting for you to finish with.
No, no,
uh,
everyone else. Sorry, everyone else just started leaving. But yeah, so
Oh, yeah, yeah.
this was like the 40-year map. So uh, they don't have all the systems listed, but they do have the major ones listed, including places like Molnist, which did have.
And we'll see y'all next time. He's going to play it a while. Back next time, because there's always and it all